rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free.
Denied. We are ready to proceed. On behalf of the state? No, that was a question. Are you?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Mr. Nixon, are you ready?
Oh, there are a couple
Yeah,
preliminary.
hold on. First I need to get his answer on the record. Mr. Nixon, are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I would ask the court for oral motion to separate the witnesses. I don't want,
That's all you need to say.
Okay.
I know exactly where you're going. And I am ordering that anyone in the courtroom that is going to testify may not remain in the courtroom until their testimony is completed, with the exception of Detective Hornacek, who the state is permitted to have a representative sit with them at trial. So he is permitted to remain. Anyone else, and I'll make sure that the state of Ohio monitors who enters the courtroom to make sure that none of their witnesses enter the courtroom before they testify. The rule also applies to you, so I don't know if you have anybody that you plan on calling to testify, or anyone so you have to monitor too if you have witnesses subpoenaed, that they're not in the courtroom before they testify. Once they're done testifying, they can remain.
yes, Your Honor, I'm ready to proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Easter, what are your preliminary motions?
Your Honor, at this time, in case number 2022-093102, the state moves to dismiss count 4 of the indictment. That count 4 is having weapons under disability, a felony of 3rd degree. Also, Your Honor, just for the record, since it's the day of trial, I know the court inquired of the defendant on the clothes he would like to be brought over in. The court gave the defendant on the record the option of street clothes or the jumpsuit that he currently is in. Mr. Nixon opted for the jumpsuit. This is a trial to the court. The court is able to discern the two with no prejudice or bias involved.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Nixon, they are moving to dismiss count 4, which is the weapons under disability. And based on that motion, I'm assuming you have no objection.
No, Your Honor.
All right, count 4 is dismissed. And then, Mr. Nixon, again, I'll inquire. The last time we were in court having hearings, I did inform you that you were able to wear street clothes if you chose to, or remain in your orange jumpsuit. At that time, you indicated that you were fine with wearing an orange jumpsuit. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. I am satisfied then that Mr. Nixon understands what his options were and the fact that it is a trial to the court. Him being in a jail uniform has zero effect on this court, as the court is well aware that Mr. Nixon has been in custody since his arrest. All right, Ms. Easter, you may begin with opening statements. You may.
All right. Your Honor, we are here to hold the defendant, Mr. Nixon, responsible for the actions he chose to take. We are here to hold him accountable for what he did on June 5th, 2022, and July 2nd, 2022. The state will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Mr. Nixon, committed the crimes of improperly handling a firearm in a motor vehicle, murder with a firearm specification, and there are 2 counts, felonious assault with a firearm specification, and tampering with evidence, and that these acts were not committed in self-defense. Before I get into what happened and who all was involved, I want to take a minute to talk about self-defense, Your Honor. Self-defense, as the court knows, is the defendant saying, I did it. It was me. I did it. I just had a legal justification for doing it. Your Honor, self-defense is when the defendant was not at fault in creating a situation giving rise to the affray, and the defendant had reasonable grounds to believe that he was in imminent, immediate danger of death or great bodily harm, and the defendant had an honest belief, even if mistaken, that he was in imminent, immediate danger of death or great bodily harm, and the defendant was in a place he had a legal right to be. And I know the court realized I emphasized the word and. All of those, as the court is aware, must be present for the affirmative defense of self-defense. The state will prove beyond a reasonable doubt, as stated, this was not self-defense. So the state will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was at fault in creating the situation giving rise to the affray. Or, that may be a 2-letter word, but it is very important, or the defendant did not have reasonable grounds to believe that he was in imminent, immediate danger of death or great bodily harm. Or the defendant did not have an honest belief, even if mistaken, that he was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm. And lastly, or the defendant was not in a place he had a legal right to be. And again, I stress that word or, because the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt just one of those criteria, just one, and the affirmative defense fails. And if that affirmative defense fails, you're left with, I did it. It was me, with no legal justification. Now, what happened and who all was involved? On June 22nd, 2022, Your Honor, at 809 Kenmore Boulevard, multiple 911 calls were received regarding shots fired. The callers gave a description of the suspect vehicle. When the officers arrived on scene, they saw the defendant driving a vehicle that matched. Once the defendant stopped and the officers approached the car, they saw an AK-47 on the driver's seat. More ammo was found in and about the car. The defendant was arrested and he was Mirandized, Your Honor. Under Miranda, he said, people are messing with him. He thought people were pulling up on him. However, he also admitted to firing multiple rounds in the air and that he bought the rifle from a guy off the streets and carries it for protection. Your Honor, you will hear these 911 calls and see the firearm that the officers found on the driver's seat. Now, what happened on July 25th, 2022, and who all was involved? Well, it was at 2260 Maryland Avenue. Who all was involved was Angel McClain and Ronald Crew. They were both living at 2260 Maryland Avenue. It was actually Angel McClain's apartment that Ron Crew had been staying with her, living with her for quite a while. You also have Adam Wright, Ashley Broughton, and the defendant, Quinton Nixon. They all had been staying there visiting between 1 and 3 weeks or so as well. Finally, you have Brian Fielders and Toni Westover. They had come over that day, July 25th, 2022, to visit. Now, you have about 7 people in this tiny apartment, and I believe I call it in the house. It's an apartment, Your Honor. In this apartment, small apartment. Everyone was doing drugs. Their drug of choice was meth. They were doing it multiple times a day for multiple days prior. Everyone was getting high, feeling the effects of getting high. They were enjoying themselves. They were all getting along and having a good time. There was no arguing, no fussing, no fighting, Your Honor. The defendant was high, and due to lack of sleep and the effects of the drugs, and thinking Toni was the police, he grabbed Toni's gun. Now, how did he know about this gun? They were in the living room, Your Honor. Toni needed something out of her purse. That gun, she emptied the contents on the table, and there was the gun. After he grabbed that gun out her purse, a tussle ensued. Toni tried to get her gun back. He pinned Toni up against the door, the wall by the door, by her hair and neck, and he shot her, Your Honor. Again, prior to this happening, everyone was getting along. Everyone was no arguing, no fighting, no fussing. Now, he shoots Toni on the base of the neck and the arm. Brian Fielders and Adam, who was out there in the living room kitchen area, tried to help because the defendant was waving the gun, pointing at everybody. They tried to help. Brian Fielders tried to wrestle him and even bit his lip and bit the defendant on the cheek, on the face. And he'll testify to that. Adam, who had his own weapon, pulled his own weapon and tried to stop the defendant. Evidence and testimony will show the other individuals I named in this small apartment were in the back bedrooms, Your Honor, at this time. They will testify that when they heard the ruckus and the noise, they came out and looked. They will testify they saw the defendant have Toni pinned up against the door area, the wall, by her head, with a gun close to her, pointing it at her. And as soon as they fled back into the rooms, they heard the shots. They heard the shots go off that killed Toni. Now, once this happened, everybody, again, smoking, a lot of individuals had warrants, they decided to flee. They jumped off the balcony that is connected to Ron Crew's room. As the defendant fled the scene, Your Honor, he took Toni Westover's gun and her purse, dropping the purse as he hit the ground, leaving it. No one was caught that day. No one was found that day. Prior to that, individuals were interviewed, with the exception of Adam Wright, who was recently interviewed. The defendant, Your Honor, was arrested approximately a month later on August 24th, 2022, at 525 Gridley Avenue. The defendant was arrested after a standoff with the police, and SWAT had to be called out. Chemical agents were deployed in the house because the defendant was hiding in the attic in a small crawl space. By this time, the defendant had changed his appearance to try to evade capture. He had shaved his hair and his facial hair. SWAT did successfully apprehend the defendant that day, and he was interviewed. He was taken to the station and interviewed. Evidence and testimony will show that the defendant made admissions, and he changed his story multiple times in this interview, Your Honor. In the beginning, he never fired a gun. That it was Brian Brian saying Toni was the police, that he did not leave with a gun. Later, he admitted he had a gun and dropped it or lost it while he was running. He admitted using meth that day. And he said he shot Toni because they made it seem like if I didn't shoot her, they would kill me, Your Honor. The defendant said Brian, with his eyes, by the way he was looking at the defendant, told the defendant to shoot Toni. Your Honor, you will hear the 911 call. You will see the video of the individuals jumping out the balcony. You will see the photos from the scene. And you will have the medical examiner's manner and cause of death. You will also hear testimony from Angel Wright. The state is anticipating you hear testimony from Angel McClain, Ronald Crew, Ashley Broughton, Adam Wright, and Brian Fielders. Those are the individuals who were in that apartment that the state anticipates the court hearing from. Based on that evidence and testimony, Your Honor, the state is confident that you will find this defendant guilty of improperly handling a firearm in a motor vehicle that occurred on June 5th of 2022. You will find him guilty of the murder with the firearm specifications, both counts, felonious assault with a firearm specification, and tampering with evidence that occurred on July 25th of 2022. And most importantly, that these acts were not committed in self-defense. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Easter. Mr. Nixon, you may choose to stand if you want at the podium, or you may remain seated. It's your choice.
Grand Rising, ladies and gentlemen of the court. The case that is being presented today by the state of Ohio is not murder, nor is it felonious assault. Things aren't always what they seem. This case is a case of facts, truth, and common sense. It is not murder if it is self-defense in defense of others. It is not felonious assault if it is stand your ground. It is not my responsibility to prove defense, self-defense, or defense of others or stand your ground. It is on the state to prove it wasn't. I will ask this court to put aside emotion as much as possible with respect to the victim and pay attention to the facts and hear the truth. The truth is the truth. You can't hurt the truth. You can't help the truth. Only thing you can do is hide the truth. And the truth is the state is attempting to hide the truth. I, Quinton Nixon, am not a convicted felon. And me not being a convicted felon, I'm allowed to carry a gun. But I did not have a gun that night of this incident. I was in complete fear for my life. And through testimony from several witnesses, as well as exculpatory evidence, I will be able to prove without a reasonable doubt that my actions were justified in the provisions of law. There are questions that need to be answered. Such questions would be, what is a procedure when someone brandishes a weapon? What do you do? What is a procedure when someone puts a gun to your head? What do you do? And you don't have a gun. I have my Ohio Peace Officer Academy certificate, which my job of choice was armed security that I did for several years. And human nature, when put in situations like that, it is either fight or flight. And I'm being persecuted because I chose to fight for my life. I chose to stand my ground. I was legally allowed to be where I was at. I could never have started the situation or the affray if I didn't have a gun. The state claims that I was high. There's no proof of me being high. The only proof of anyone being high is the person that is deceased, because it was found in the toxicology report. So through testimony from the state's witnesses, as well as my testimony of myself of the actual events that happened that night, I would be able to better prove my argument of self-defense and stand your ground. Excuse me, Your Honor. There was a room, a house, or an apartment full of people. I can't speak on what everyone was doing. I know I was legally allowed to be there by the woman who came and picked me up from my home. These same people would tell you that I'd never had a gun. These same people would tell you that I could have never just went crazy. You don't just see people with guns and go crazy, and you don't have one. That makes no sense. I did give inconsistent testimony or statement, or however you want to call it, because I was beaten by SWAT. I was barricaded in a wall, and they did throw gas and munitions, which burn your skin. I did lose consciousness when the police stumped me out. I was under duress when I gave those statements. But the truth is the truth. And through the witness's testimony that the state calls, you will be able to hear the truth. And I just ask for a fair trial and ask everything in its totality of the circumstances be taken in consideration. I'm not a violent person. I'm not a monster. This wasn't planned. This wasn't calculated. This was self-defense. I was being jumped and beaten. For what reason? Maybe it was because I was dealing with the woman whose home it was, and her ex-boyfriend was there. I don't know. You can never start the situation if you don't have a weapon. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Easter, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Angel McLean. I'm sorry, it's not Angel McClain. I'm sorry. It's Officer Costa. Sergeant Brooks. I apologize, Your Honor.
Come on up, Sergeant. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Go ahead and have a seat, please. Make sure the microphone light is blue, and then if you'll keep your voice up and speak into the microphone, please. All right, Mr. Villette, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you please state your name for the record, spell your last name?
Louis L. Brooks, Brooks.
Where do you work?
Akron Police Department.
And what do you do there?
Communications supervisor,
And what's your current rank at the police department?
sergeant,
And how long have you been with the Akron Police Department?
29 years.
When you first became police officer, did you go through academy?
Yes,
And are you still currently a certified recognized law enforcement officer in Ohio?
yes.
And prior to your current assignment, what other work have you done with the police department?
I was in patrol for 21 years, Detective Bureau for approximately 1 year, and currently in my current position about 7 years.
As supervisor in communications, what do you do?
I supervise the police and fire dispatchers.
Okay. And more specifically, what does that entail?
It entails scheduling their vacations, just all kind of human relations stuff. Monitoring 911 calls, making sure that they're getting answered properly.
Okay. And so if a citizen were to call in for 911, is that call recorded within the department?
Yes,
And is that a system that you have any access to?
yes,
And do you have any oversight over that system?
yes.
How so?
Complete oversight of the calls that are coming in, all the police channels.
And so when a call comes in, is that call recorded?
Yes,
And is it recorded in real time?
yes,
And is it recorded completely?
yes.
And when a call comes in, how is it tied to, say, the related incident? How do you know that in the system?
You pull up the report number and you can tell what phone it came in, if they're calling from a cell phone or,
Okay, so everything's logged under the respective report number?
yes,
And are you able to, after the fact, go back and listen to those calls?
yes,
And are those calls kept in the same state that they first come in as?
yes.
I want to take you to an incident from June 5th of 2022. It would have been report number 2022-06888. Have you had a chance to go back and see if there were any calls related to that report number?
Yes,
And were there calls?
yes,
Did you have an opportunity to go back and yourself listen to those calls?
yes, I have.
When those calls came in, did they appear to be accurately and completely recorded?
Yes,
Were they preserved in the system in accordance with standard Akron Police Department procedure?
yes, they were.
And when you reviewed those, was there any evidence of any alteration or any deletions in those calls?
No,
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to play the respective phone calls. Let me go back. Do you recall how many calls there were?
particularly on this one, I want to say 1.
And if I were to say that there were 3 calls associated with that report, would that?
That would be accurate.
Okay. First, what will be marked as State's Exhibit 1, Your Honor. State would move to play that with court's permission.
Go ahead.
I apologize. I'm not sure why there's not volume.
Why there's what?
Not volume.
Oh, that's a great question.
It appears to be the TV. I apologize, Your Honor.
Oh, this is why. I'll turn down. Ken Masich, come out here, please. They're turned down, and every time I turn them up, they go back down.
Oh, Your Honor, it appears the screen here might allow me to do so.
Try it.
It won't maintain the volume over here.
Right. So
I
every time I
apologize.
try to turn the speakers up and I move it, it goes back down. All right, unfortunately, we have to take a short recess to what?
I just had a suggestion, Your Honor, since it is to the court, laptops are kind of loud. Can
Yeah, sure.
we try, if you
Yeah,
can?
play it and put the speaker down there till they get it figured out.
Yes, ma'am.
Since I asked them to check this all out before we started this morning.
2022, 22 hours, 31 minutes, 34 seconds.
Can the court hear that?
I can.
Akron 911, what's the location of your emergency?
809, Kenmore Boulevard. Someone shooting a gun right next door to me.
Okay. And how many shots did you hear? And did you hear any fighting or any vehicles screeching off?
No.
Okay, you said it's coming from right next door?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anonymous.
And did you want to meet with the officers when they come out?
No, I'll remain anonymous.
All right. I will have them check the area.
Mm-hmm.
Sergeant Brooks, is that one of the phone calls that you were able to access?
Yes,
And is that an accurate recording of that phone call as you reviewed it?
yes.
This time, the state would move to place State's Exhibit 2, Your Honor, which is the second 911 call.
You may.
June 5th, 2022, 22 hours, 31 minutes, 36 seconds. Akron 911, what is the location of your emergency?
Hey, somebody's out here on the boulevard shooting guns.
Okay, what area?
It's a corner of 10th Street and the boulevard. The dude lives right on the community center side. He just walked over there. It's an AR-15 or something.
Okay,
He just fucking busted up. Yeah.
did you actually see the weapon?
Yeah. He's fucking getting in his car right now,
How many
and he's leaving. I'm gonna tell you, it's a gold Toyota. It's a gold Toyota. He's pulling out of the house. He's pulling onto the boulevard right now, man. And he is. I'm waiting for him to pull out. I'm hiding behind a fucking cement pillar on my front porch. Oh my God. He's shooting at some dude on the boulevard. Oh shit. Is this dude coming back now? Oh shit.
How many shots did you hear?
Oh, probably fucking 9 or 10, 11 maybe. He's just sitting in the car. He's got no fucking care. He's got no fucks to give. He don't care. He's out in the middle. He's just sitting in his car, still talking shit to somebody. So.
You said you seen an AR-15?
Yeah. Huh?
You said you seen an AR-15?
It's a fucking, yeah. I mean, I could just see the silhouette. He's hanging it down. It's fucking, yeah. It's got a long barrel. Yeah.
Okay, so he's still sitting there?
Yeah. He's fucking sitting there right now. I don't know if he's waiting for the dudes to come back, but there's a cop. Oh, no, that's not a cop. Oh, my God, man. He's pulling out and he's heading down the boulevard towards Circle K. He's heading west down the boulevard. It's a little Toyota Camry. It's tinted black windows. There's a girl and a guy in the car, a white girl and a black guy. They actually live right. Huh?
What's the description of the vehicle? I mean,
It's a gold Toyota Camry, probably like a 2000, 2001, and it's got tinted black windows, and he's just driving down the boulevard. Wow. It's amazing how fast the police got here whenever the police were getting shot at. It's like, wow. I can't believe that the cops are not even fucking worried about what the hell happens in Kenmore. It is just ridiculous. Well, I'm going to get off of here because, I don't know. It appears that nobody really gives a fuck, all right? I'm in my house. I'm fucking hearing bullets out.
Your Honor, just for the record, because this does keep going, I'm just going to stop it at 3 minutes and 10 seconds with the court's allowance.
Any objection, Mr. Nixon? Do you want it played in its entirety?
Yes, Your Honor. I was never in a vehicle.
No, we're not arguing about the facts. I'm asking you, he wants to stop playing this
Oh,
911
yeah.
tape.
No, there's no.
Or do you want it played in its entirety?
Oh, yes. I would like to hear everything.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In the street, I called 911, and I mean, you're asking me a bunch of dumb questions. Where are the police?
Okay, I'm asking you questions so we can try to find this vehicle and these people in it, sir.
Are the police coming, or have you fucking transferred that yet, or what?
Yeah, I already have the call in. I'm just getting information so they can try to find them.
Okay, well, I just gave you the information. They just fucking drove away in a gold car, and they sat there for...
Okay, so
Wow.
we're getting someone out there, okay?
No wonder everyone's fucking carrying guns now. I'm about to fucking get one. Fuck this shit. There's people walking out on the boulevard. Anybody could have been just fucking hit by any bullet.
Sir, we have multiple cars coming into the area, okay?
Yeah. Where are the police?
They're heading towards that vehicle.
When there's a fire, 10 cops show up to a fire, but no cops are coming to a gunshot. That's just ridiculous, man.
Sir, the police aren't where you are because we went going after the vehicle. You said it pulled off, so they went there,
Yeah.
okay? And it looks like they already caught them, okay?
Well, good.
Yeah. You sound calling, okay? I appreciate you.
All right, yeah, this ain't the first time. This happens right here at the boulevard. This is probably the 5th time in the last couple of years that shit like this has happened. And nobody does nothing. I got jumped out here and some people trying to rob me, and when the police came and the guys, all the black guys took off, and I'm sorry, I'm white and they were black. They were all black guys that took off running. They were jumping 2 innocent white people because they couldn't catch one white guy that they were trying to jump. And then when the police show up, the police throw me down on the ground and treat me like a criminal while they watch all them run away. All right? Then they never came back, let me file a report or anything. And one of the bystanders, somebody that came by the and seen me getting put down on the ground by the police, she's standing there, and this female cop is insinuating that I'm a big fucking drug dealer out here and that it was a drug deal going bad. No, it was 6 black people fucking jumping on 2 white people, and nobody does shit about it.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That's not
You'll do something that once I get a gun and fucking start shooting somebody when they jump me, then you'll do something, right?
I'm sorry to hear that.
The
But
police need to do better. You know, I'm talking to you. I need to go down to City Hall and do something. I'm going to get a band of fucking people to go down there and protest at City Hall because you guys are fucking turning a blind eye to Kenmore, and it's ridiculous. But I'm glad that you guys got them.
we did. You know, your description
Well,
is
good.
us, okay? So I don't want you to think that we didn't care. That's why I was asking you all those questions so we can try to find them. And
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm out here. Somebody's got a high-powered fucking rifle out here shooting rounds off, and the police. I mean, I've seen the police come speeding up the fucking boulevard because there's a fire. Okay, 10 cop cars, and yeah, I've just seen some. There's just too much crazy shit that goes on around here, and it seems like nobody does shit about it. So, and I am an ex-felon. I do everything I can to. I haven't been in trouble in 30 years. I do everything I can to stay out of trouble. All right, and I try to do the right thing, and then I'm getting jumped out in the boulevard and being told I'm a fucking drug dealer. It's fucking stupid. Well, I appreciate you, and I'm sorry. I'm just fed up with this. I'm just, yeah. And I know it's like this all over the city. It's getting bad everywhere.
It is very bad.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Lieutenant Brooks, was that also one of the calls associated with this report?
Yes.
And what I just played, is that an accurate recording of the 911 call that you reviewed?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, State would move to play State's Exhibit 3.
You may.
June 5th, 2022, 22 hours, 31 minutes, 40 seconds. Akron 911, operator 207.
Hey, I have a guy walking down the road. Hey, get out of the window, please.
Where?
I got a guy walking down the road, 10th Street Southwest, with it looks like a short barrel shotgun pistol grip.
Okay.
I just heard about 4 rounds go off.
You have.
I'm sorry, what?
Can you describe this guy to me? Is he white or black? White or black?
He's leaving. He's black.
Okay.
Maybe 5.5 foot tall, 5'8". He's leaving in a silver car, turning right on Kenmore Boulevard from 10th Street.
Which way did he turn on the boulevard?
Well, he's sitting right now. He's looking out of the car now.
Is he by himself?
He went into did he get in the driver's seat, babe?
Yes.
Yeah, he's in the driver's seat, so I'm assuming he's by himself.
Okay. Is the vehicle on? Is it running?
Yeah, he's at the stop sign.
You didn't have to see the plate on there, did you now?
I can't know. I'm about a block away.
What is your name?
It's too dark. Josh Myers.
Silver sedan.
And it's a silver 4-door sedan.
And you don't know who the guy is?
No, we're sitting here watching TV, and I heard a couple rounds go off, and it sounded really close, so I looked out my bedroom window, and he was right there at the end of our road, right on the boulevard, walking back and forth, hollering and swinging the gun. He's turning left on the boulevard now, towards us, going towards like the library and everything.
Do you want the officers to stop and talk to you there, or no?
Yeah, that's fine.
What is your address?
Just because they list their address, Your Honor, if it's okay.
You may.
Skip that portion.
Yes.
Right, and that would be at timestamp 220. So come back at timestamp 225.
All right, sir, we're going to get someone out to you. And by the way, this is Rachel.
Hey, Rachel?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say hi really quick. All right.
Hello.
We're going to get
All
someone
right.
out there. If anything changes or if you get more information, please call us right back at 911.
All right, I'll keep my eye out.
All right, Josh, I'll talk to you later.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Sergeant Brooks, was that the third call that was associated with this report?
Yes.
And what I played in court today, was that an accurate recording of the call is preserved in the Akron Police Department system?
Yes.
You reviewed.
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Nixon, any cross-examination of Sergeant Brooks?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Who's your next witness?
Be Officer Costi from the Akron Police Department, Your Honor. Just so the court is aware, I did email your bailiff for the tech people because we have 2 videos.
Is that what he's going to do now?
Yes.
All right, well, we're going to stop then. So, I'm sorry, Miss Easter. Tell him we're going to take a short break so that they can, sorry. So they can get the audio and video working. All right, we're going to adjourn. I have 10:20. We'll be back at 11:15. Thank you. No. Well, I'll come back in a little before we start back up. And then you'll just keep your voice up and speak into the microphone, please. Go ahead, Mr. Villette. Oh. Well, I'm trying to do I know that. There we go. All right, go ahead. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your name for the record, spell your last name? Where do you work?
Hold on a second. Is that microphone blue on there, or is it red?
Can you hear me? No.
Yes, so much better. Thank you.
Let's start again. Can you please state your name for the record, spell your last name?
It's Officer Jordan Costi. Last name is Costy.
And where do you work?
The Akron Police Department.
And how long have you been with the police department?
About 3 years.
And what is your current assignment?
Midnight shift patrol.
When you are working, do you wear a uniform as you are now?
Yes, sir.
Do you patrol in a marked cruiser with operating lights, sirens, and insignia?
Yes, sir.
And when you first joined the police department, did you go through a police academy?
Yes.
And did you have any prior law enforcement or military experience?
No.
Are you currently a state certified recognized law enforcement officer in Ohio?
Yes.
As a patrol officer, what do your duties include?
Take routine calls, reports, enforce laws, enforce traffic, criminal code.
All the normal stuff of a police
Yes.
officer?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you work a regular shift?
Yes.
Now, back in 2022, in June of 2022, what shift was that?
I believe I was on 7 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And was there a normal area of town that you worked in?
No, I was a fill car at that point, so I would be assigned wherever they needed me.
Okay. And when you were working, were you normally with same partner most nights?
No. No.
Is that just because you were in the fill car?
Yes.
All right.
You knew.
When you are working, do you have operating body camera?
Yes.
And just since we're here, just for the court, where does that camera actually fit?
Right here on the front of my chest, actually, where the holder is.
Okay. And back in June of 22, was that camera in proper working order?
Yes.
And it recorded your interactions with the public and how you responded to calls?
Yes.
So I want to take you to June 5th of 2022, approximately 10 o'clock at night. Did you have were you dispatched to a shots fired call?
Yes.
And do you remember where it was the shots were fired?
I believe it was on 10th Street in Kenmore.
Okay. And is that location in Akron, Summit County, Ohio?
Yes.
Okay. Were you given a description of the person or vehicle involved?
Yes, we were.
And did you find that vehicle or person?
Yes, we did.
And do you recall where that was?
Yeah, so we actually located the suspect and the vehicle at Circle K on Kenmore Boulevard.
Okay. And is that location also in Akron, Summit County, Ohio?
Yes, it is.
And you said you located that individual.
Yes.
First off, do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point him out, describe what he is wearing?
Right here, he's wearing an orange jumpsuit, glasses.
Okay. Record can reflect identification of the defendant, Your Honor.
The record will so reflect.
So when you actually made contact, well, let me ask, when you made contact with Mr. Nixon, was all of your interactions with him recorded on your body camera?
Yes, they were.
Have you had a chance to review your body camera of your response in that incident that night?
Yes, I did.
And did it accurately record your interactions with Mr. Nixon and how you responded to the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to play what will be first marked as State's Exhibit 4, portion of Officer Costi's body cam responding to the Circle K in Kenmore.
You may. All right, hold on, stop it, Mr. Willett.
Objection, Your Honor. I would like the whole video to be played in its entirety.
All righty? Go ahead, Mr. Willett.
Let me, in that case, Your Honor. I apologize. That is a separate access for the entire video. But I can do that and then download it at the appropriate time.
It's fine.
As this begins, Officer Costi,
Yes.
Since this is approximately 1 hour,
Mhm.
when your body cam is activated, does it initially have audio?
No.
Okay, is that something that turns on after a period of time?
Yeah, so when we originally turn our body cameras on, it goes back, I believe, 30 seconds, and that doesn't record audio, just video.
Okay. And then in the course of your response to that incident, when you are not interacting with suspect or public, are you able to turn off the audio?
Yes.
Okay. And while we're in this silent portion, does this appear to be your body cam?
Yes.
And so you would be sitting in the passenger side of the cruiser?
Yes, I was on that night.
Thank you. Okay, and once again, just for the record, I paused this at 38 seconds, Your Honor, because audio should be turned on.
Hey, go ahead, I'm 13 now. $17. We'll have one male in custody at this time. There's a firearm in this vehicle. Great. John David William, 7921.
Copy.
Who's with this dude?
1-5.
Who's with him?
1-5. We're gonna be out.
Yeah, you were driving. I know. Would you lean against this car right here for me? And don't move. Well, I got to figure that out because. All right.
Man, just chill out. No, that shit's weird. No, not a problem.
Hey, can someone just keep an eye on her? She was in the car too.
She did nothing wrong.
All right, well, as long as, hey, if I figure that out, then she'll be on her way.
I understand that's your job, but I'm telling you. My dog's in the back seat on the floor, just to let you know. She's not aggressive.
Where?
She's a lab.
All right.
She's just laying back here. Yeah.
I didn't get to get a good search of this vehicle. I just grabbed this, so.
2237, you can cancel. Got it.
About what? Okay. Can you step over for a second? Sorry. I just want to unload this. I don't want it, you know.
70. Anybody else route go down? We need a unit to check that 31 on 10. Copy, units responding to Kenmore. Slow down. Any unit to check 2226 10th Street. Watch right now, 10. Copy.
Here, do you want to double check this?
Is that a Draco? I'm red.
No, it's an AK-47.
Alright, thanks, man.
Regular.
Alright.
No switch on it.
Yeah, search it. It was in plain view, and he has an open container anyway. The wine bottle in the back seat.
It should still be going. So, Officer Costi, approximately timestamp 4 minutes, 15 seconds. Do you recall if you still had the audio going at this point since you were processing the firearm?
I don't believe so. It looked like I hit it to go blue,
So that might be.
so to turn the audio off.
Sorry, my fault. Yeah. It's- So I apologize. So about another six and a half minutes. It stays off. It stays off at this point. I do know that. Your Honor, if I may, I know that the court, when he objected, said to play it, but for the purposes of expediency, if the state may play its clips, I understand that Mr. Nixon may wish the whole video played, but he would also have opportunity, if relevant, to do so during his presentation. The state, would not object to the authenticity of the video at that time, so that Officer Costi does not need to be present.
Well,
Because the whole video is an hour, and the vast majority is silent.
play them as you choose to, and then Mr. Nixon can choose to play the whole thing if he wants to.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, at this time, while the video has been silent, it is stopped at timestamp 7:51, 7 minutes, 51 seconds. So, Officer Costi, first, during the clip that we played earlier, did that accurately reflect when you first approached the vehicle, saw the defendant, as well as saw and secured the gun involved?
Yes.
Did you, and Mr. Nixon was taken into custody after you saw the gun?
Yes.
And did you have opportunity to go back and speak to him?
Yes.
And was that also recorded on your body cam?
Yes, it was.
And was that recording, have you had a chance to review it? Is that recording an accurate recording of your interactions with him?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to play State's Exhibit 5.
You may.
Okay. What's your first name?
Quinton.
Quinton. All right, I'm gonna read you something real quick because you're.
Miranda.
Yeah, I'm gonna read you. Get me in my custody
ma'am.
before I talk
Yes,
to you.
ma'am.
Okay.
I know.
That's why I was telling you to hang
No
on.
problem. No problem. I know what you're saying. You do your job. I done seen you before. I know.
Yeah, me.
Kenmore to showcasing
Not like, not like
Never
that.
mind.
copy each other.
Not like that.
I
Yeah,
recognized
you
you for a second.
in the house on up there on Archwood.
Okay. Let me read you this real quick, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So after each statement, I need you to say yes or no. I'm gonna ask you if you understand, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand each of these rights as I have explained them to you? Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to speak with me? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay. So, what's the deal? Like, what happened?
nothing for real. Everything that you see in that car is fine. She had no idea of it.
Okay. AK's yours.
Yeah.
All the
I
ammo
mean,
in the back.
Yeah, the ammo in the
Trunk,
back,
the
the
bag,
AK I
everything.
bought off the street.
Okay.
You know, I got my old powders. I knew I shouldn't have bought that K off the street, but I bought that K off the street.
Okay.
I don't know what's on it. I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't know.
Well, it didn't come back stolen.
I know, because
So-
I know the woman that called me about
Okay.
it. She wanted to buy it back. But
Have you ever been charged with convicted of a felony or anything like that?
I was back when I was before 18, but I had my own powders. I'm a licensed security officer.
Okay.
I know better.
All right.
You know,
So here's the deal. We
Yes,
got
ma'am.
a couple. So where's the deal? We got a couple calls. Okay, off of 10th Street. All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
So is this your friend, girlfriend? Who is that?
she's my recently new girlfriend,
Okay. So
and I know she's been in trouble, but she has nothing to do with it. I was
So-
just protecting her and her mom because they were getting threats.
all right. So that's what I'm going to ask you. So new girlfriend said
Yes, ma'am.
that you guys were on 10th Street, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we got the shots fired call from 10th Street.
Okay.
Okay. So what happened at her mom's house then?
It was just people pulling up. You know what I'm saying? I didn't recognize cars, tinted
Okay.
windows, and stuff like that. And I let shots off, and not in any direction because I know I'm in the residential
Did you
area.
point him up? Did you point him
Yes,
down?
ma'am. I pointed them.
Point him up.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie to you. It was me. I let those shots off.
Okay. How many rounds do you think you fired?
Like five, maybe 5 or 6.
Think 5?
It was only 23 in there.
Okay.
Yeah, 273. She trying to get her kids back. She don't need none of this shit. So whatever it is, it's my fault.
What is it, Quinton?
273
Mhm.
94
Mhm.
7026. I have a misdemeanor warrant for my arrest.
Okay.
Just let you know. And yeah, she ain't had nothing to do with
So,
it.
okay, so like I said, we did get a call, so we also heard shots when we were coming down Kenmore
Okay.
Boulevard, okay? Sounded like a lot more than 5. I'll be honest with you.
Okay, no, it was like 5 or 6.
Okay.
It really wasn't. Yeah, and they were all. Yeah, I just wanted to scare the people off that I thought was.
So what happened? Someone just passed and you thought they were
No,
trying to her, or
it's
what?
just a lot. I can't really explain it. It's just.
She said you're going through some shit right now. So I'm just
Yeah,
trying to figure out,
yeah.
did someone pass you, say something? Do you have people trying to come after you or something that you thought it was them or what? I mean, because you can't fire off warning rounds, okay? I mean, you know that. It's still discharging in a city limit.
Yeah, still
okay?
discharging in the city limits
Right.
around residential area. I
Correct.
definitely know.
So what happened after you got done
All
firing
I know
off
is
the
she
rounds?
wanted to walk to the store. I didn't want to walk to the store. I told her I don't
Okay.
want to walk to the store.
So did she see you fire shots?
No,
Where was she at?
no. She was nowhere. She was in the car.
Okay. She said she was in her mom's house
She was in the car.
when that happened.
Oh, well, then she might have been in her mom's house. I don't know. All I know is I let a couple shots off in the air
Okay.
just to scare people off.
So
And we got in the car. I'm like,
up in the air. Off
it was in the air. I never pointed at anyone.
Where
I
at
know
on
better.
10th? Do you know where her mom
Right at
lives?
the corner.
So right at the corner on 10th?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, she was nowhere to be found. She has nothing to do with it. I'm just saying.
Okay. I'm just trying to see if her story
I
and your
just
story
can't-
line up. Okay,
No,
that's
they
all.
do. I just don't want to go to prison.
All right. So listen, here's the deal. She said she was in her mom's house whenever you let shots off.
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
you're saying she was in the car. All
No,
right,
I'm not
so-
saying she was in the car. I was saying we were getting in the car. We were supposed to go to the store. She did go up on the porch. And
So
talk
what
to her
did you do
mom.
with the gun after you're done shooting?
I had it. That's why.
Yeah,
I
but what
didn't-
did you do with it? Like, did you set it down? Did
No,
you
I put it on
in
my
the car?
person. I put it on my person, and then I.
That big ass gun you put in your pocket?
Yeah, would you like me to show you how?
No.
I was raised in Florida.
I'm just asking you.
No, I'm
So
telling
you put it in your pocket and then
Yeah,
what?
it was.
Got
It
back
wasn't
in
in
the
my pocket.
car?
It was in my pants.
Oh, you put
It was
it in your
concealed.
pants.
It was definitely
Okay.
concealed. She didn't know. That was my fault. I
Okay,
apologize.
so you put it back in your pants and then what? Got back in the car? Did you go back in her mom's? What
No,
happened?
I put it in my pocket.
Okay.
And she didn't know about it. And then we pulled up here. And then,
Okay.
She
Yeah, I mean,
asked-
someone
she-
called and gave your exact description with that car.
yeah, I'm sure.
Okay.
I mean, wasn't
I'm
hiding.
not trying to bullshit you. Like
No,
I
I
said, I
know.
mean, we even heard them. So I
No,
mean, I knew you
I'm-
probably
I'm-
had something in there. I mean, that's just,
For sure.
and I appreciate you being honest
No,
about it.
I can't do anything but tell the truth. It's
Okay, so you don't think you've ever been convicted of a felony or anything like that?
No, I know that I went to Florida, got convicted for robbing people and all that other shit, but I turned my life around
Okay.
and all that other shit.
And then what's been going on lately? You've
Adjudication
just been
withheld.
having problems or what?
No, adjudication withheld.
Yeah.
I had my license. I used to work up here on South Street, up there, Miller and South Street, up there to save a lot, licensed security guard. And it's just like, I don't know, it's just, just a lot of bullshit. Just people, and they thinking I'm selling drugs, and we just flipped that house and turned the whole house. We made it look real good.
Okay.
And they think I'm out here selling drugs.
Okay. So why? I mean, what do you carry the gun for then?
Protection.
Okay.
I mean, we are at war. They don't want to tell us that. But
So
okay.
you bought this off of this girl that you kind of know?
No, not her.
No, the gun.
No, I bought it off of a guy that got locked up for a revolver. I gave him my revolver, and he gave me that.
Okay.
And I bought ammo and a cartridge for it. I admit to that. I bought it off the street. It was my fault. I shouldn't have discharged it in the air.
Okay. How long ago did you get it?
I couldn't tell you. It's been a year.
Oh, it's been a while?
Not even a year. It's been a year. It's not even a year or two. It's been a year.
Okay. And you just use it for protection. That's why you got it in her
Of
car?
course. My first rifle was a hunting rifle. 410.
Okay. All right.
I apologize. I know I broke the law. And third.
Well, you did, but now we're here, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't expect anything less.
Sure. I mean, I'm not gonna be, I'm not gonna treat you like
or
anything like that.
It's your
But
job,
I mean, you need to know, like when we went up there and I
I
had.
know she had nothing to do with it. She didn't know anything about it. The ammo in the cars. I got a Mossberg.
Thing or whatever?
Yeah, I got a Mossberg in Canton. That's our dog.
Yeah, that's
the third. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, I appreciate it. I'm gonna talk with my partner. Okay, I want you to watch her leg here. I'm gonna shut the door. Okay, Quinton?
So, Officer Costi, was that video an accurate recording of your interactions with the defendant?
Yes, it was.
Just one moment. Well, I may approach you on
You
it?
may.
Officer Costi, I'm going to bring something to you. Can you keep your right up in the evidence back? I can hand this to you. Do you recognize what I'm handing you right now?
Yes.
What is this?
This is the firearm that we pulled out of the vehicle that Quinton Nixon was in.
And that would have been I think at one point there was a comment that it was a Draco.
Yes, my partner, I think, said that.
And what was your partner's name that night?
Officer Jackson.
Okay. And in that bag, it appears that there's also a clip with some ammunition.
Yes.
Was that loaded in the gun at the time as well?
Yes, it was.
And it looked like on your one video when you were securing the gun, you were actually, when you were securing it, were you actually removing the ammunition?
Yeah, I was trying to clear it of the ammunition so that we could secure it in the back of the cruiser.
Okay. So at the time that you saw this gun and took possession of it and processed it on scene, was it initially loaded?
Yes, it was.
And when you spoke with Mr. Nixon, there was comment about other ammunition.
Yes, there was.
Do you recall there being other ammunition in the vehicle?
Yes.
And do you recall where that was?
I believe other officers located it in the trunk of the vehicle that he was in.
Okay. And was that the same ammunition as what's in that bag, or was it different kinds of ammunition?
No, there was actually multiple kinds of ammunition that were found in the vehicle.
And so just to make clear, what we're going to be marking as State's Exhibit 6, that is the firearm that you found in this incident.
Correct, yes.
Take that from you. Thank you. We will mark this as State's Exhibit 6. Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Nixon, any cross-examination of Officer Costi?
Yes, Your Honor. The video, your body cam video shows the gun was located on the driver's side of the vehicle. When you initially pulled up on the scene, well, here, I'm just going to read the narrative.
No, you're going to ask questions.
Okay, well, did you see me in the vehicle?
Yes, we saw you getting out of the vehicle,
On what side of the vehicle?
driver's side.
How could you see me getting out of the vehicle when you were en route?
When we pulled up to Circle K, we saw you both getting out of the vehicle while we saw you getting out of the driver's side. And whenever I walked up on the passenger side approach, that's where I saw the gun laying across the driver's seat.
The video clearly shows me at the window ordering.
Correct. You had gotten out of the vehicle and walked up to the window with the girl that was in the car with you.
So where were you at? I don't know how far you would have been because I was already at the window. There was a line, so I would already have been at the window ordering.
So we were westbound on Kenmore Boulevard whenever we got the information that that vehicle and the male that was shooting off the rounds were headed towards the direction of Circle K. So we continued westbound on Kenmore Boulevard, and when we pulled up to the Circle K, that's where we located you in the vehicle.
Right, and in the on your body cam camera footage, as soon as you hopped out of the squad car, you said something to Miss Lamp of the nature, "I seen you driving." Correct?
When I initially got out of the vehicle, my vehicle,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd said to my partner to 13 him, as in you.
Correct. And then after that, it shows in the video that you said to Samantha Lamp, the owner of the vehicle, that you seen her driving, and you and her had words briefly.
I believe I asked who else was in the vehicle. She said she was in the vehicle, and then from behind, you could hear you saying that you were driving and she had nothing to do with it. And I said to you, "I know you were driving." I don't think I said that directed to her.
Well, in the video, it shows that you were directed to her. We could,
Right. So you've asked her the question. She's testified. So if you have another question, you can ask it. It's up to me to make that determination about what the evidence shows and whether her testimony is consistent with that.
Yes, Your Honor. I can ask to replay it. Your Honor, I will ask to replay the video.
All right, go ahead. Well, they're not going to play it. You need to play it.
I thought you already had it queued up, I guess.
I don't know which one it would be. This one. Got so many of them. We have to put the entry mark in.
You can just play it. You want to put it on the next one, you see?
Yeah, normally they had a thing with
Yeah.
like
you have a click share and plugged in, Mr. Perry? Well, that's why it's not going to show up.
Yeah. I was trying to see if there was one in there. It's a call you, sir.
This one would be the one. No, that's not the one. It's this one.
You have to go back out. Click share.
It's a click share thing. Oh.
Just minimize this. Click share. So it should be ready now, George.
Okay,
You got the,
you got to plug that click share in.
it is perfect.
All right, oh, here, I need to switch it over. Let's see if that works. There you go.
Make sure your volume is up.
If I may, Your Honor, this would actually be the incorrect video. That's a,
She did nothing wrong. Sorry, it was me. It was all
This is the wrong video.
that was a driver's side video. I just wanted to point out,
Which is Officer Jackson.
which would be Officer Jackson.
That looks like the right one.
That's not it either. This one is not that one either. Not that one.
No, I think
No, I said BB on it. Why don't I have it then? Tripping. I just wrote the timestamp down. It shows it on the right. I just
This
wrote-
looks like the driver's side of it.
Unless I'm passing it.
What was wrong with that one? That looked like the one that she was,
It's labeled different from the one that they showed, Your Honor. So I'm looking for the same label, and it doesn't look like I have that label.
Let it play when the one that has some sense.
oh, that's the driver's
go
side.
farther down.
Okay. That's driver's side.
Try 3 and 4.
That's another driver's side. Further down. Oh. It's this one. Yeah. I guess.
All right, is this going to be Defense Exhibit A?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
So,
Hey, go ahead in 13 now. $17. $17. We'll have one male in custody at this time. There's a firearm in this vehicle. Right.
Good.
John David William, 7921.
Copy.
Who's with this dude?
1-5.
Who's with him?
I just drove
1-5.
up here, but I had to get a phone call.
We're gonna be out.
Yeah, you were driving. I know.
I wasn't driving.
right there at 140 timestamp, Officer Costley, I don't know, Costy, stated that she was driving the vehicle.
Ask her a question.
Is that not you stating that?
I believe I was speaking to you.
I was already at the,
Ask a question and stop testifying.
okay. How could you be talking to me if I'm already at the other squad car, your partner, well, your squad car, and your body cam shows that you were speaking with the young lady, Samantha Lamp, and she answered you? Is that not correct?
No.
Can I play it one more time, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Who's with this dude?
1-5.
Who's with him?
I just drove
1-5.
up here, but I had to get a phone call.
We're gonna be out.
Yeah, you were driving. I know.
I wasn't driving.
Is that not you stating to her that you were driving?
I was not stating to her, I was stating to you. You stated you were driving in the background, if you can hear in the video.
Okay, I'll play it one more time and I'll turn it up.
Who's with this dude?
1-5.
Who's with him?
I just drove
1-5.
up here, but I had to get a phone call.
We're gonna be out.
Yeah, you were driving. I know.
I wasn't driving.
Would you lean against this car right here for me? And don't.
I don't hear, this video clearly shows you answering to her.
Objection.
Mr. Nixon, ask a question. That's a fact for me to decide.
Yes, ma'am. Once again, I just wanted to know am I driving the vehicle if I'm at the window, already have ordered? You could have never seen me or visibly seen me driving unless you have me on camera driving.
What's the question?
How did you see me driving if I'm at the window?
We did not see you driving the vehicle. We saw you exit the driver's side of the vehicle in the parking lot of Circle K.
So is it safe to say that I may have put something in the vehicle?
Yes.
So improper handling of a motor vehicle is technically driving. So if you didn't see me driving how can you say that I was driving? Like, that makes no sense.
Objection?
Sustained.
It's argumentative. No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect, Mr. Villette.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you say no? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I was coughing.
Oh, no, just a couple of clarifying questions.
Go ahead.
Officer Costi, being that there were questions about your body cam, does your body cam only record what's directly in front of you?
Correct, yes.
So if something is just off to the side, might it not get caught on your body cam?
Yes.
And so when you first got out of your cruiser, do you have any doubt that Mr. Nixon was the person getting out of the driver's side?
No, I do not.
And then in your interview of him, to your recollection, did he admit to shooting the gun in the street and driving?
Yes, he did.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Yes, ma'am.
Call your next witness.
State would call Officer Hudnall to the stand, Your Honor.
Hudnall?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead and have a seat. Keep your voice up. Please speak into the microphone. Sure. You may proceed.
Okay, please state, if you can turn on the microphone, little button with the red dot in front of it. Get it to work. Now blue. Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record, spell your last name?
Officer Hudnall, Hudnall.
Where do you work?
Akron Police Department.
What do you do there?
Patrol officer.
And how long have you been with the Akron Police Department?
Over 10 years now.
And when you first became an officer, did you go through a police academy?
Yes.
And are you currently a state certified recognized law enforcement officer in Ohio?
Yes.
Other than patrol, have you had any other duties within the police department?
Yes. When I was on light duty, they had me do all the operability tests.
And what do you mean by that?
Basically, I'd take guns, go into a little closet and shoot them.
And what's the purpose of that?
Make sure the gun actually works.
And for how long did you do that?
I want to say around 6 months.
Okay. And do you recall having occasion in report 2022-6888 doing an operability on a AK-47 style rifle?
Yeah.
All right. First, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 6. Ask you if you recognize this item.
Yep.
And would that be the weapon involved in this incident?
I would assume so.
When you do a operability test, what exactly do you do? How do you go about doing that?
So basically, we have like a little room in the bottom of the department. For a rifle such as this, we can't actually fire a whole round because it's too dangerous. We don't have the setup for it. So I take the round out and do a primer test, basically. So you're shooting a round without powder or projectile, and then yes, powder.
Okay.
And then fired into a little container that's got some media that supposedly, if anything does come out of the barrel, it will catch it and makes it safe. And then if it works, then you write a little report saying it's operable. If it doesn't work, then you say it's not operable.
Okay. So say you were doing, to kind of clarify things, say you were doing you say you don't fire off, say, a full loaded round because of safety issues.
Yes.
So is that because of just the style of weapon?
You could say that it's because of the round that the weapon uses.
Okay. And what about, say, a handgun? Would you test that differently?
Yeah, you actually put like a full round in the pistol. The trap, what we call it, is able to take all pistol calibers, but it can't take rifle rounds.
Okay. And so when you change it up for a rifle round, then what exactly is it you are looking for?
Just operability, to make sure that the primer strikes, that the firing pin goes forward, hits the primer ignites, and if there was other stuff in the bullet, all that would go.
Okay.
But
So with the primer there, do you still get any kind of noise or any kind of?
yeah,
kind of
it's like a
effect?
pop.
Okay. And is that what you did with this particular rifle?
Yes, sir.
And what was the result of that?
It was operable.
Okay. When you are doing an operability test, do you do a report
Yes.
for that? If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's being marked as State's Exhibit 7. Ask you if you recognize this document.
I do.
And what is this?
This is an evidence report.
And who created this report?
I did.
And would this have been the evidence report created when you did the operability test on this firearm?
Yeah,
And does it accurately reflect the results of the test?
it does.
And what were the results?
That it was operable.
Would you have created this report at the time of the testing? Or soon thereafter?
Yeah, soon thereafter.
Okay. And this was 2 years ago?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many guns, in your 6 months of doing operability testing, how many firearms do you think you tested?
Oh, hundreds.
And would this test result and report go with the weapon that's currently in your lab?
Well, let me double check here. Yep.
How do you know that?
Looking at the serial numbers and everything, and comparing the evidence and stuff, the numbers on the tag.
Thank you.
And just for the record, what is the serial number?
The serial number of the weapon, B11765.
And is that the same as the report?
Yep.
And is it the same report number 2268888?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any questions, Mr. Nixon?
Yes, Your Honor. So your job is to test if firearm is operable, correct?
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
So would you know what the weapon was used for or used in as far as a crime or not?
Nope. I have nothing to do with any of that.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. Thank you, officer. Who's your next witness? Yeah, wait. I know. I just informed the cameraman. Might be beneficial to bring her in the other door.
Thank you.
Yeah. I just think you should bring the lay witnesses in that way. Ma'am, if you would face me and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead and have a seat right there in that witness chair. Please keep your voice up and speak into the microphone.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
Angel McLean, MCCLAIN.
And Angel McLean, do you know why you're here today?
Yes.
And you're here to testify about what occurred July 25th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How old are you, Angel?
35.
Back in July of 2022, where were you living?
On 2260 Maryland Avenue, Akron, Ohio, 44314.
Is that in Summit County, Ohio?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry, Judge, does the microphone sound funny to you, or is it just me?
No.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, I don't hear it. Do you hear something?
Yes. Okay. All right. Will you please tell the court about your living arrangements at that point in time? Were you in a house, an apartment?
I was in the top floor apartment of a four apartment building.
Were you living by yourself, or did you have a roommate?
Ronald Crew was living with me.
Who is Ronald Crew?
He is a family friend I've known since I was little.
Just got to speak up a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you. And just, I know you're looking at her, but you got to try to keep speaking into the microphone so the court
Okay.
reporter can take down everything that you're saying.
I've known Ronald since I was little. He was my little brother's football coach. I've known him since I was probably 12 or 13.
Okay. How long had Ronald been staying with you at that time?
I want to say maybe a couple months. I'm not too sure. I want to say maybe 2 or 3 months.
Do you know how he came to stay with you?
He was going through a really bad divorce and needed help, so I lent a hand.
Okay. Now, on July 25th of 2022, during that time, were there any other individuals staying with you?
Not living with me, no, but I did have visitors.
Will you please tell the court who some of those visitors were?
Brian Fielders, Adam Wright, Quinton Nixon, and Ashley. I don't know her last name. And then Ronald, of course.
Okay. You said Brian Fielders.
Yes, ma'am.
Who else did you say?
Quinton Nixon, Ronald Crew, Adam Wright, and then Ashley. I don't know her last name, though.
Brian Fielders. Who is that?
He's Adam's best friend.
Okay. And he was actually staying with you?
No, he was visiting
Oh, he was visiting?
Yeah.
What day was he visiting?
the day that happened.
You don't know Brian Fielders?
I met him maybe 2 days prior to that, but no.
When he came over that day to visit, did he come with anyone?
The day it happened,
Correct.
he came with Toni.
Did you know Toni?
No, I just met her.
Was that your first time seeing her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said Quinton Nixon. Do you see Quinton Nixon in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Will you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing an orange jumpsuit.
Your Honor, will you let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Okay. And you stated Quinton, the defendant, was staying with you as well?
He was visiting, yes.
Correct, visiting.
Yes.
How long had he been visiting?
He came, I want to say on his birthday, so July 18th.
And this happened July 25th. So approximately 8 or 9 days, give or take?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Quinton?
I used to date his uncle.
And how did you get along with Quinton?
We were like family.
The next person I believe you listed who was visiting was Adam.
Yes.
Would that be Adam Wright?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Adam Wright?
Known him since I was little. He's family friend, close friend. Known him probably 15, 20 years.
And approximately how long had Adam Wright been visiting you at the time of the incident on July 25th?
I want to say maybe a week.
Do you know what brought Adam to your house?
No, he just did random pop-ups to visit.
And I believe the last person you said was Ashley, but you didn't know her last name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How do you know Ashley?
She was Ronald's girlfriend, I guess you would say, and she was visiting him.
And how long has she been there?
A couple days.
And this is can you describe your apartment?
Yes, I can.
Will you please describe your apartment?
Yeah, so when you walk in, it's the living room to the right, kitchen to the left, straight back is the bathroom, and then off to the right was my room, off to the left was Ronald's room.
Okay. And would you consider this apartment, was this a small apartment?
I mean, yes and no. We had a lot of space.
Tell the court the arrangements, the sleeping arrangements. There were 5 individuals. Am I correct? Prior to
Yes, ma'am.
Brian Fielders and Toni coming over.
Yes, ma'am.
Talk about your day-to-day activity. How were you?
Honestly, a lot of people didn't sleep. Like, it was wherever they just fell, I guess, in that sense. But I slept in my room, and then Ashley and Ronald slept in his room.
And you said honestly, people didn't sleep. Was that because of the drug use?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Will you please tell the court about the drug use going on?
We were all using methamphetamines.
Okay. Would you use it more than once a day?
Yes.
And were you using it more days prior to July 25th?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say we, who was we?
Everybody that was there.
Did you see the defendant using methamphetamine?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see the other individuals using
Yes,
methamphetamine?
ma'am.
Was there any arguing?
Not until about 10 minutes. Like I said, when I went in my room, and then everybody seemed fine when I went in my room, and then chaos broke out.
Okay, and we're going to talk about that. So prior to the actual shooting, did anybody argue? Did anybody fight? Things of that nature?
No.
Were you around when Adam and the defendant were around each other?
Yes.
Okay, any arguing, fighting?
No.
Were you around when Bryant and the defendant were around each other?
Brian was only there the one time when, I don't think Quinton was there the first time he came, so I'm not sure.
Okay. When Toni came over, did she argue or fight with anyone?
Not that I know of. I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Did you see her arguing or fighting with the defendant?
When I came out of my room.
Okay, but not prior to you going in your room?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right. Let's talk about that. I want to turn your attention to July 25th. You stated that up to that point, people were smoking. Was anyone drinking?
Not that I know of.
And was methamphetamine, to the best of your knowledge, was that the only drug everyone was using?
Yes.
Okay. How did the drugs get there?
They just, I mean, we all had them. We all were, getting high, so.
Did you share? Did you all share your drugs?
Yes.
Did you smoke together, separately?
Sometimes together, sometimes separately.
All right. So tell me about your day. July 25th, were you employed at that time?
No, ma'am.
So you wake up on July 25th, tell the court about your day.
It was a normal day, like any other day. I actually was cleaning that morning. And then I cleaned. That's what I did because I was, but it seemed normal. Everybody was getting along. Everybody was fine, laughing, joking. And then I don't know what happened.
Do you know if, did anyone in that house have a job during that time?
Chip was doing Ronald, sorry. He was doing like odd jobs.
Okay. Now you accidentally called him Chip. Is that what you normally call him?
Yes, that's what everybody's called him. Since we were
Chip.
little. Mm-hmm.
Is Ronald Crew?
Yes, ma'am.
Does anyone else have a nickname just in case we hear it?
Adam is Slim.
Okay. Adam Wright, everyone calls Slim.
Yes.
Okay. And you said Ron had a job.
Yeah, he was doing odd jobs when he could.
When you woke up, do you know if he had to work that day?
Not that I recall.
At some point in time, Brian Fielders and Toni Westover came to your house. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what time?
No, I couldn't say.
Do you know if it was in the morning, afternoon, or evening?
It was night.
So up to that point, normal day, any arguing amongst people in your house
No.
up to that point?
Not that I noticed, no.
Any fighting?
No,
Did you smoke meth that day?
I did.
Did you see other people in the house smoking meth
I
that
did.
day? Did you see the defendant smoking meth that day?
I did.
Okay. Will you please tell the court about Brian Fielders and Toni Westover coming over?
Yes, so me and Ronald was leaving to go to Sheets, and when we went outside, Brian Fielders and Tony was parked next to Ronald's truck in a red SUV. Well, when I was leaving, I called Slim, well, Adam, and let him know like Brian was outside. He's like, why is he here? I'm like, I don't know. So Brian got out of the car, went upstairs. Toni was still in her vehicle when I left. When I came home, everybody was in my house.
Okay. And you said you and Ron went to Sheets.
Yes,
Approximately how long do you think you were gone?
maybe like a half hour.
And what prompted you to call Ron, or what prompted you to call Adam? I think that's what you said, Slim.
Yeah, because he was Brian's friend, so I didn't just want to let him know that Brian was there. I didn't, think anything of it.
Did you know he was coming over that day?
No, ma'am.
But it was okay.
I just let Adam know that he was there, but I didn't know he was actually staying.
Okay. Talk about what happened when you got back.
So when I walked in, Toni was sitting on my couch. The three men were in the living room, or the kitchen, I'm sorry, talking. And me and Ronald came in with like a wall mural. And we were sitting it down on the floor, rolled it out. Me, him, and Toni was actually trying to piece it together. We couldn't figure it out, so we rolled it back up. And me and Ronald went into my room and started hanging lights off my headboard.
Okay.
And
you said a lot. You said you came home, the three men were in the kitchen, and that would have been Quinton, Adam, and Brian Fielders.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Toni was in the living room.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Ashley?
She was in Ronald's room, I think.
Okay. You came in with you said a wall mural?
Yeah, it's like
Will
a
you
sticker.
describe that mural?
It was like a wall mural of like downtown Cleveland. It's like it wasn't no bigger than me, maybe the same height as me. And we were trying to piece it together, but.
What do you mean? Or maybe I don't get the concept of a mural. What do you mean piece it together?
It was like the stickers that you can get off of like Temu or Wish. And they're like big wall thick stickers of like scenery and stuff like that.
Okay. Who was helping you and where were you trying to piece it together?
Me and Ronald and Toni. Toni was still sitting on my couch. Me and Ronald was sitting in the hallway by my kitchen and living room and rolled it out, and then we couldn't figure it out.
Okay. When you came back, was anyone arguing at this point in time?
No.
Fighting?
Everything seemed normal.
Okay. I'm going to show you some photos because you are describing areas in your home, and I want to make sure we properly understand where you're talking about. And while I'm doing that, Prosecutor Villette, can you make sure that it's the document camera?
I just changed it over.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. You need to show Mr. Nixon those photos before you publish. Mr. Villette, go turn the document camera on. Well, I don't think it's pulled out in all. Oh, never mind. I think he's helping.
All right, I'm going to show you.
Hold on a second. Okay, you may proceed.
I'm going to show you exhibits 8 through 29 at the appropriate time. And I'm going to show them to you.
Thank you.
I want you to take a moment and look at each photo. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict your house, your apartment on July 25th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 8. When I show you the photo, I would like you to describe to the court what we're looking at, okay?
Can I turn this?
Yes, it's on a lever. There you go.
This is State's Exhibit number 8. What are we looking at?
That is the front of my apartment building.
One other thing, Your Honor. I don't know if I can click it or you have to click it where people can mark on this.
It's enabled.
Thank you. Will you please touch a writing utensil and circle where your apartment is?
You gotta pick a color at the bottom and then.
Okay, and that's 2260 Maryland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that is your front door that's open?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you hit clear, please? And that is the top, would that be the top right apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, for the record, Your Honor, the witness circle the top right apartment.
Thank you.
Showing you Western Market States Exhibit number 9. Please tell the judge what we're looking at.
My front balcony into my apartment.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit number 10. And what is that?
That is the entrance into my apartment.
Okay.
And the living room, part of it.
And there is a hallway. What does that hallway lead to?
The bathroom and the 2 bedrooms.
And when you say the 2 bedrooms, will you circle which one is your bedroom? And which one is, where is Ron? Where was the bedroom Ron was staying in?
It's around this corner.
Okay. So for the record, Your Honor, the witness circled the bedroom on the right as her bedroom and the bedroom on the left as Ron's bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you hit clear, please? I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit number 10. And for right now, we're talking about the physical makeup of your house, not the placards or anything at this point. Will you please describe what we're looking at in terms of the physical makeup of your apartment?
My living room.
And there's an opening to another room. What is that?
That is my kitchen.
And that's the view from the front door, correct?
Yes, ma'am. The hallway.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit number 12. What are we looking at?
My living room.
Okay. And States Exhibit number 13. What is that?
My living room as well.
Okay. Will you describe your living room as it was prior to the incident occurring?
Yes, ma'am. The table was actually on this little red carpet. The rug over here was by my front door.
Can you point? I don't know what over here
This
is.
rug was by my front door. And all of my table had pictures and stuff on it. I don't see them in here though. And I think candles.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit number 14. Oh, can you hit clear, please? I'm sorry. What are we looking at?
Standing in my kitchen, looking into the living room.
Okay. And States Exhibit number 15.
That is looking into my kitchen.
Okay. From the living room.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And States Exhibit number 16.
That's my kitchen.
Now, when we first looked at States Exhibit number 10, that room in the back is the bathroom. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm going to show you States Exhibit number 17. What are we looking at?
That's the bathroom.
Okay. And that's straight back. If you come into your house, you can go straight back to that bathroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In a prior picture, you circled bedrooms off of that bathroom, adjacent to that bathroom. Is that correct?
What was that? I'm sorry.
In a prior photo that I showed you, you circled bedrooms that were adjacent to that bathroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 18. Do you recognize that picture?
That is Ronald's room.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 19.
Ronald's room.
And State's Exhibit number 20.
Ronald's room.
And what are we looking at? What is that back area that looks like a sliding glass door?
That is the back patio to that bedroom.
Okay. Do you have that same sliding door in your room?
No, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit number 21.
That's Ronald's closet.
Okay. Well, these are out of order. State's Exhibit number 25. I'm sorry. Hold on. State's Exhibit number 26. What are we looking at?
That is my room.
Okay. And that was the other door you circled. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 25.
My room.
State's Exhibit number 29.
My room.
Basis.
The exhibits that she's showing, I was not shown.
You just looked at them.
Not all of these. She's mixed in other ones that were not in this pile.
What's the objection to that photo?
From,
No, what's the objection? Is there something prejudicial in that photograph that you
no, I
don't?
was just let it be known that I wasn't
Okay.
shown these.
Your Honor, for the record, I shown Exhibits 8 through 29.
Overruled. You may proceed.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 22. What is that exhibit?
My driveway.
Well, can you see the front of your apartment in this photo?
You can see it a little bit.
Will you please circle it?
You can see the front balcony. That's about it.
Okay. And where would that be? Can you please circle it for the, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And State's Exhibit number 23. Will you hit clear, please? Okay. What is State's Exhibit number 23?
That is my driveway, and it's a picture of Ronald's truck and Tony's car.
Okay. And do you see the crime scene tape there? There's yellow tape near the dumpster.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that going towards the back of your apartment?
Yes.
And you said Ronald's truck. Will you please circle Ronald's truck? Okay. And then you said Tony's car. Will you please circle Tony's car? For the record, the witness circled a truck, a Z71 truck, as Ronald's truck, and a red crossover as Toni Westover's car.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 24. What are we looking at?
My backyard.
There's also a balcony. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the balcony that is connected to the doors in Ronald Cruz's room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so prior to the photos, we were talking about you putting together the mural on the floor in the living room. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how long did you all stay in the living room trying to put that mural together?
Maybe 20 minutes.
And were you successful?
No.
What did you do once you all were not able to put the mural together?
Ronald wrote it back up and put it back in his room.
Did Ashley stay in Ronald's room the whole time, or did she come out and help?
She came out after the fact.
Okay. Did anyone from the kitchen, any of the men, come out and partake in putting together?
No, ma'am.
What did you do after you were not able to put together the mural?
Me and Ronald went into my room and was hanging lights on my headboard that he had got me.
When you went into the room, where was everyone situated in the house?
Toni was still on my couch, and Adam, Brian, and Quinton were in my kitchen when I went into my room.
Tell the court what happened while you were in your room.
So I was in there maybe 10 minutes, and I heard a commotion, loud banging, yelling, and I opened my door, and I came out and seen Quinn had Toni put up at the door by the head of her hair, and a gun pointing at her head.
Prior to that, you mentioned a gun. Prior to that, had you seen Toni with a gun?
No, ma'am.
Had you seen the defendant with a gun?
No, ma'am.
Had you seen anyone at your house with a gun prior to that?
Not that I recall.
When you saw Brian and Toni get out the car, did you see either one of them with a gun at that time?
No, ma'am.
What made you come out your room?
The loud banging and yelling.
And when you came out, you said you saw him. Describe how he had Toni.
He had her, they were by my front door, and he had her with one hand and the gun pointed with the other.
What was Toni doing or saying?
It looked like she was trying to fight back. It was just a quick glance of what I saw when I got shoved back in my room.
Who shoved you back in your room?
Adam.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 11 again. Will you use your pencil? Where did you see, I believe you said the defendant had her pinned up against the wall by the door. Will you please put an X where you believe they were?
They were like right here.
Okay. Now the door is open here. The door would have been closed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Brian or Adam at this time?
When I came out, Brian took off running from the living room into the kitchen.
Okay.
Adam was in the hallway.
You said Adam was in the hallway?
Yes, by my door.
Where was Ron?
He was behind me.
And where was Ashley?
In Ronald's room.
Okay, so she had not come out yet.
Not that I remember, no.
Can you describe the gun you saw?
It was so quick. I honestly couldn't.
That if you can't, that's fine. Was anyone else saying anything or doing anything at this time?
Not that I recall. The only thing I seen was those two at the front door and Brian taking off from the living room into the kitchen, and they were tussling, and I got pushed back into the room.
And when you say they, there's a lot of people we're talking about. Who are they were tussling?
Quinton and Toni.
Okay. Prior to you going in your room, did Toni say anything to the defendant?
Not that I know of, no. I didn't hear nothing.
Was the defendant and Toni arguing?
I didn't hear her at all.
Prior to you going into your room, was there any fighting between him and Toni?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you first came out of the room, you said you were in the hallway.
Yes.
Can you clear that, please? I'm showing you Exhibit number 10 again. Will you please put an X where you believe you were standing?
Right here, I just came out of my room, so there's a little wall right here. I was standing by that.
And where do you believe Ron Crew, can you put a circle where you believe Ron Crew was standing?
He was like right behind me.
Okay. And you said Adam was in the hallway as well?
Yes, he was like in the middle of the hallway.
Okay. And Ashley was in Ron's room?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you came out of the hallway, I'm going to show you what's in Marcus. Can you push clear, please? Did the living room look like this at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So by the time you came out, heard the commotion, the table had been pushed over and the items knocked on the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long do you think you stayed in the hallway?
Not long. Adam, I came out. I asked Quinton what the hell he was doing, and then I got shoved back in the bedroom.
Did he answer you?
He turned the gun at me.
Okay. How did that make you feel?
Scared.
You go back in the living room. What happened? I'm sorry. You go back in the bedroom. Your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What happened while you were in your bedroom?
When I was shutting the door, the first bullet that we heard, gunshot, the bullet came through my bedroom wall and went right past my face. It ricocheted off of my TV and ended up, the ricochet particles cut Chip's face, and then it ended up in my back bedroom wall. And
Where were you in the room when this happened?
I was right by the door. I just got shoved back in.
Who all was in your room at this time?
Me and Ronald.
Okay. At any point in time, did Ashley come in your room?
After all the commotion was over.
Okay.
And they started running out of the back. She came in there.
And how long were you in your room prior to hearing these shots?
All together, or when I got shoved back in?
How long after you got shoved back in did you hear the gunshots?
Like as soon as the door was shut, the bullet came through, so seconds.
And when you got shoved back in your room in your apartment, at that time, how many people did you see with a firearm?
It was so quick. I only seen Quinton at that time.
And you said a bullet came through your wall. I'm going to show you what's the Marcus States Exhibit number 26. Do you recognize what I'm pointing to behind your door?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be the bullet that entered your room that you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In that same photo, I'm also going to point to the TV that's on a dresser. Do you see where I'm pointing?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you please describe to the court what I'm pointing to?
A bullet hole.
And that's what you were referring to, went through your TV?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's in Marcus States Exhibit number 29. Do you see what I'm pointing to in States Exhibit, or circling around in States Exhibit number 29?
Yes, ma'am.
Please tell the court what that is.
A bullet hole.
And is that the bullet that you were referring to that went by Ron?
Yes, ma'am.
You also talked about, and I don't want to go too far, so now you're in your room and a bullet almost hit Ron. But prior to that, you were talking about putting up lights. Before I get too ahead of myself, I'm going to show you what's in Marcus States Exhibit number 25. You recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Will you please show the court what lights you were referring to?
They're like hanging down.
Okay. And how were you and Ron putting those lights up? What were you using?
Thumbtacks, and then if Ronald had trouble, he used the hammer.
Okay. At any time that Ron leave out that room with that hammer?
No, ma'am.
Did he have that hammer prior to putting the thumbtacks or helping you put up lights with the thumbtacks?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever try to attack the defendant with the hammer?
No, ma'am.
Tell the court, can you push clear, please? Thank you. Tell the court what happened next while you were in your room.
I heard maybe 2, 3 more shots, and I heard glass breaking. I opened the door, and I seen Quinton and Brian tussling by my door, my bedroom door, and Adam shut the door again, shoved me back in the room, and then that's when I heard the glass breaking from Ronald's room.
Okay, you said you opened the door and saw Brian and the defendant tussling. Where were they tussling?
Right in the hallway, like by my bedroom door.
Okay. Do you know if the defendant still had the gun?
I couldn't recall. I didn't see.
Okay. Right. Now, you don't know how everything started in the living room. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
The second time you opened the door, did you see Adam?
Yes, he shoved me back in the room and shut the door again.
And did this happen all fairly quickly?
Yes.
I just asked you to describe a lot. It seems like over a long period of time, but it's fair to say this all happened fairly quickly.
Within seconds of each other. It seemed like just instant.
Okay. And there's some things you say that you didn't remember. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were smoking meth that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you looked out the second time, were you able to see Toni?
No. Was not able to see her until everybody cleared out of my apartment.
Okay. Now let's talk about everybody clearing out of your apartment. Will you tell the judge what happened? How did they leave your apartment? If you know.
They all jumped off my back balcony in the pictures. Adam went first, then Brian, and then I thought Quinton was already gone because I didn't see him, and then he flew past me.
Oh, man. You said you thought he was already gone, but he flew past you?
Yeah.
What, if anything, did he say or do?
I don't remember him saying anything.
Did you see him carrying anything?
He had a bag.
Okay. A bag, a grocery bag?
Like a purse.
Did he come with that purse?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whose purse that was?
I believe it was Toni's.
Is that the purse you saw her coming to your house with?
Well, I didn't see her. I know she had it with her when I came in. It was sitting on my table.
Okay. What, if you remember, what was the defendant's demeanor? How was he acting?
Everybody seemed normal. I mean, nothing out of the ordinary to, for people getting high, I guess.
What about his sleeping? Were you all sleeping on a regular basis?
I mean, yes and no.
Okay, and what does that mean?
It's kind of hard to sleep.
When you're high?
Yeah.
After everybody jumped off the balcony, the one person we still haven't talked about was Ashley. Do you know what she was doing, or at any point in time did she come in your room?
She came into the room, and then she came in the room after everybody had already jumped off the balcony, and she said something about a warrant that she had, and she jumped off the balcony as well.
Okay. Right. As anyone was jumping off the balcony, did they say anything to you as they were leaving?
Brian did.
And what did Brian say?
I asked him, what the hell, like, what am I doing? What's going on? And he said to call the police and say that he killed him.
Who was he?
Quinton killed her.
And he left as well, correct?
Yes, he was holding on to the banister and then just dropped down.
Yeah, gotta speak up a little bit.
Yes, ma'am. He was holding on to the banister and he let himself go after saying that.
Yeah, gotta speak up. Say it one more time.
Okay, he was holding on to the banister and then, let himself go after he was done saying what he said.
At any time, did the defendant come into your room?
Not that I recall.
After everybody left, who was still at the apartment?
It was me and Ronald.
Tell the court what you saw when you came out of your room after everyone left.
I saw Toni laying on my couch by my front door.
The way Toni was laying on the couch, could you open the door without moving her?
Her foot was in front of the door, so we had to the cops told us to kind of move it so we can let them in.
And you said the cops. After everyone left, did someone call 911?
Yes, ma'am. Ronald.
Ronald, was that immediately after everyone left?
Yes, ma'am.
There were, prior to this incident, were there any bullet holes in your apartment?
No, ma'am.
So any bullet holes that would have been in your living room would have been from what happened on July 25th?
Yes, ma'am.
And prior to this incident, your living room did not look like,
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know if it went to sleep.
That's fine. We don't have to.
He's right there.
State Exhibit 13.
It is you were kicking plug there.
Shut the front door.
You unplugged it?
I'm not trying to keep it moving. State's Exhibit 13 that I showed you. Prior to this incident, your living room did not look like this.
No, ma'am.
Is there anything else? Did the police come out?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said they told you to move her legs so they can get into the apartment?
Yes.
Did you all have to unlock the door as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And when the police came out, did you and Ron talk to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you, thank you. Let me find a picture. I want to ask you about the sword. I'm going to show you the picture. The sword that's up on Ron's room. That's State's Exhibit number 19. At any time, did anyone take that sword off the wall?
No.
At any time, did you see anyone use that sword on the defendant?
No, ma'am.
Prior to the defendant having Toni pinned up against the wall, was anybody fighting him with that sword?
No, ma'am.
Was Toni fighting him with that sword?
No, ma'am.
Neither was Adam or Brian.
No.
Now, State's Exhibit number 18. On the floor next to the shoes. Can you see that? Your Honor, can you see that? Is it too dark?
No, I can see it.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 18. Do you know what the item is I'm pointing to? I'm pointing to an item next to a blue hamper on the floor.
No, ma'am.
Let me just ask you, have you ever seen Ron with a machete?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if he owns a machete?
Not that I recall.
And if he does own a machete, did he have it out that night?
No.
Did anyone attack the defendant with the machete
No.
that night?
No, ma'am.
See Toni attack the defendant.
No, ma'am. Not with any weapons, no.
Did anyone try to roll the defendant up in plastic?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any tarp or plastic like that at your house?
No.
Now, at the time of the incident in July, will you please describe for the court what the defendant looked like, meaning his hair, if he had any facial hair?
Gosh. He had dreads like he has now. Facial hair. He looks the same as he does right now.
Now, I don't know if you can see, I'm going to show you what's been marked as state's exhibits. I believe I'm on 30 and 31. 30, correct, 30. Okay, I'm going to show you what's going to mark the state's exhibits 30, 31, 32, and 33. Take a minute to look at those. Do you recognize the person in those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
In state's exhibit, in state's exhibit number 30, who do you recognize the person in the photo to be?
Quinton Nixon.
And when you described, is that how you described his hair? Are those the dreads and the facial hair?
Yes, he had it pulled back in like a ponytail.
State's exhibit number 31. Could you recognize the person and the items in that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is in that exhibit?
Quinton Nixon.
And what item do you see on the ground?
Tony's purse.
Is that the item that you saw him run by you with?
Yes, ma'am.
State's exhibit number 32.
Yes.
And is that Quinton Nixon with that purse?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, state's exhibit number 93. Do you recognize the individual in that picture?
Yes.
And who do you recognize that person as?
The defendant.
What is different in this photo?
He cut all of his hair and facial hair off.
This is not the way he appeared on July 25th, 2022. Is that correct?
I've never seen him like that a day in my life.
And how long have you known Quinton?
A couple years.
And you've never seen him cut all of his hair off or all of his facial hair?
No.
I'm sorry, give me 1 second, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Can you put 28 back up there, though? I missed one. So
Sure.
I don't know what that is. Please.
You said 28?
Yes.
I didn't do 28. You didn't miss it.
Okay.
I didn't do it.
All right, thank you.
Well, I don't want to confuse
That's all right, we
everybody.
can just
No,
skip it.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28. Do you recognize what I'm showing you?
Looks like my TV.
Okay. And what is being measured there?
Gunshot, a bullet hole.
I'm done. I'm getting my stuff, Your Honor.
All righty. Cross-examination, Mr. Nixon.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. McClain, is it correct that you made a statement to Akron Police Department about what happened today in your apartment on 9/14? No, excuse me, forgive me. The night of the incident, 07/25/2022.
Yes, yes.
And did you know that that statement was being recorded on video?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to play.
Ask for the question first.
Do you remember what you stated in your statement?
Not word for word, no.
In your statement, what you made today under oath, you claim that you and Adam Wright were good friends.
Yes.
Had you and Adam ever been in any type of relationship?
When we were younger, yes.
And how long were you in a relationship?
Not long.
Can I ask why you didn't tell that to, or did you tell that to the detective?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling the defendant that you and that man were in a relationship?
Years ago, yes.
So you remember telling Quinton Nixon that you were in a relationship with Adam Wright?
Years ago, yes.
How did the defendant get to your apartment?
I picked you up from your mom's.
Do you remember what the defendant stated Well, do you remember the reason why you picked me up?
Because it was your birthday and you wanted to hang out.
Do you remember stating that your car was stolen?
My car was stolen months before any of that.
So you have no recollection of telling me that you needed help finding your vehicle?
No. The police were already handling it.
You stated today that you seen no one else with a gun prior to the incident.
Yes.
You don't remember seeing Adam Wright with a gun prior
I don't
to
recall.
You don't recall, or you don't remember seeing him with?
I don't remember. I didn't like guns, to be honest, so.
No, there's a difference between not remembering and not seeing him with the gun.
I don't remember seeing him, no.
Okay.
Do you remember making a statement on the night of the incident to the police that you saw Adam Wright with a gun?
No, I don't remember.
You do know you're under oath, correct?
Yes, I do. It was so long ago, I don't remember all the details of what I saw and what I didn't see.
Your Honor, I will ask to play the interview.
Mark it as Defense Exhibit B. Yep, I gotta move it over.
Is he playing that portion, or does he?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Oh,
I'd like to play the interview in its entirety.
I would object to the whole portion being played, only the portion for impeachment purposes.
Understand? Do you know where that is?
No, Your Honor.
Located on the-
No, Your Honor, I do not know where it is.
Yeah, we're not gonna play her whole video, just the portion that you're using to impeach her testimony. So you're gonna have to figure that out.
Before I play it, you said today that everyone was smoking meth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember on the day of your interview telling officers anything different?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
So back it up a little bit. You stated today that you and Ron went to the store. Correct?
Yes.
Can you say who you left in the home?
Quinton and Adam Wright. And Ashley. Yes. I'm not Don't know what they were doing in the car. I only seen Brian get out of the car when I was pulling out. I didn't say nothing to him.
Did you see anything in Brian's hand?
No.
You seen Brian get out the car first?
Yes.
When you made the phone call to Adam, or did you make the phone call to Adam, stating that you seen them in the driveway?
Yes, I did. I called and let him know that Brian was outside. Didn't know why.
So is it safe to say that they weren't your guests?
Yes.
Do you
I
know-
had just met Brian maybe 2 days prior.
Do you know who let Brian and Toni into your apartment?
No, I do not.
Did you claim there was no bullet holes in your home prior to this incident?
True.
So you have no recollection of any other shootouts or anything inside of your home?
No.
What was me and your relationship?
Friends?
Did Adam Wright know we were friends?
Yes.
Did me and you have consensual sex?
One time, yes.
Was Adam Wright there?
He was in the living room, I assume.
So you're stating for the record your ex-boyfriend was in the living room while me and you were having consensual sex?
We were all in the living room before that.
Can you answer my question, please?
Yes.
So you did not give consent for Brian or Toni to be in your home?
No. I left.
But you were fine with it when they came back, correct?
It seemed like everybody was getting along. Everybody was laughing, so I didn't have a problem with it.
So there wasn't any, you testified that they stated that there wasn't any problems, there wasn't any arguments. Was there any arguments prior to this day between me, you, Adam, or anybody else in the house?
I don't remember.
Do you remember any type of discrepancies between Adam and Brian prior to the incident?
I know that a couple of days before that, they were ironing out some issues that they had from in the past. Other than that, no.
Did that alarm you in any way?
No.
So just for clarification, you never seen anyone in your home prior to the incident with a gun?
I do not recall. I don't remember seeing a gun at all. I don't like guns. And Adam and all them Everybody knows me. I don't deal with guns.
Did I have a gun?
I don't remember, no.
You don't remember or no?
You didn't bring one.
Do you remember taking Adam to Brian's house to iron out the issues that you spoke of?
I do.
Do you remember your demeanor at the time?
No.
Do you remember crying?
No, but everything is so long ago.
Do you remember claiming or saying to the defendant that they're going to kill Adam if we take him to Brian's house?
No.
So it's considered your home and Ron's, correct?
Yes.
Would you say that you were entertaining all the guests that day?
Right up until I left, yes.
Correct. So did you find it odd that you didn't let Brian and Toni in, but they were there?
I never thought that anything like this would happen in my own home, so I didn't think anything of it.
Do you remember the conversation? Well, do you remember being in the living room, knelt down at the table prior to the incident?
Putting the wall mural together, yes.
Do you remember Brian acting any type of weird or crazy way?
No. You, him, and Adam was in the kitchen
Do you
talking.
Do you remember Brian saying anything about a whisper app or a spy app?
Do you know? Doesn't mean you have to tell me what he said, but
I don't
are
recall.
you aware of that conversation?
I don't recall, no. We were having our own conversation in the living room.
Prior to you getting up and leaving into your own room to hang up lights, do you remember how I was being or acting?
As I said earlier, everybody seemed normal. Everybody seemed to be getting along fine.
So you don't have any, do you remember me stating anything of the nature Do you remember me telling you to tell Brian?
Objection.
Let him finish the question first.
Do you remember me telling you to tell Brian anything along the line of help?
No.
Not help. Along the lines of to chill out or cool out, anything like that.
Can you say that again?
Do you remember me asking you to speak to Brian about his behavior?
No.
You answer objection. He's getting in his.
Overruled. You may answer. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember where everyone was sitting before you went into the room?
Adam was sitting at my table, and you and Brian were standing at my kitchen sink, and Toni was sitting on my couch.
Where was Toni sitting at on your couch?
On my couch, going the closest to my bedroom.
Do Do you remember me having a cell phone?
Yes.
That night, did you ever see me give my cell phone to Brian?
I wasn't there when you and Brian were interacting like that, so no.
Do you remember or have any recollection of me having a boat magnet in my hand? And
No.
do you know what a boat magnet is?
No.
You never seen me with a gun, correct?
I don't remember. Not until I saw you at the front door with Toni.
Okay. So prior to that, you never seen me with a gun?
No.
Play her interview. Your Honor, I would like to play this interview in its entirety. There are several inconsistencies in what she's stating today inside of this interview.
How long is it?
It's 35 minutes.
All right, go ahead.
For the record, the state would object, Your Honor, for proper impeachment rules.
Overruled.
Just have her hop in the back here. What's that? Which side? That's fine. That's fine. Here, up.
Yes.
How you doing? Okay. I'm Detective Taylor. Detective McConnell. Okay. Charge your auxiliaries. You try to get that one on right there. Oh,
That's great.
What's your first name, ma'am?
Angel. A-N-G-E-L.
A-N-G-E-L. Your last name?
McLean, M-C-C-L-A-I-N.
Is it M-C capital C?
Yeah, M-C. Well, like lowercase c and then capital C.
L-A-N?
Yes. M-C-C-L-A-I-N.
L-A-I-N.
Yeah.
And what's your birthday?
11/4/1989.
Your social?
233-376600.
And what's your address?
2260 Maryland, M-A-R-Y, Avenue. Akron, Ohio, 44314.
What's your phone number?
330-775-9791.
Are you working anywhere?
I'm in between jobs right now. I was working at Denny's as a server.
Are you on Facebook? What's your Facebook?
Angel Marie.
A-N-G-E-L Marie?
Yes.
M-A-R, all one word? You on like Instagram, Snapchat, anything like that?
I have an Instagram, but I don't get on it. I don't log in. I'm not a driver. I do understand.
Let me get the right spelling again for your last name. I'm sorry. Is it M-C-C-L-A-N-E?
A-I-N.
or A-I-N, sorry. Confuse me with E. M-C-C-L-A-I-N.
Can you just kind of like start at the beginning? What happened tonight? Like basically from the time you got here or everybody got here?
Me and Chip, well, Chip was Ron. He's my roommate in the car in front of me. We came back from Sheets, and we come in. They were all upstairs laughing, joking.
Who's all?
Brian, which is, I don't know his last name. The girl,
Where's Brian from?
I have no clue. I've only met him twice. I have no
Black
clue.
male?
No, he's a white male.
Home from Sheets. White male. Brian. How old is he? If you had to guess.
I want to say late 30s, early 40s.
Okay. Who else?
Quinton Nixon, well, his girlfriend, who was shot. I don't know her name.
Whose girlfriend is it?
Brian, I think. I'm pretty sure that's how they introduced her. His queen.
Was Brian's girlfriend?
Yes. I think I stepped on her shirt by accident, sir.
You said it was Quentin.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah, Quinton Nixon.
You said Nixon with an I, N?
Quinton is Quinton, I think. And then Nixon, like.
Nixon?
Yeah.
Okay. He's a black male.
Yes.
How old?
31. He just turned 31.
Okay.
just turned 31. When did you turn 31? I'm sorry?
The 18th.
July 18th. So then, who else was there? White male? You said Adam Wright.
Yeah, W-R-I-G-H-T.
Is he from here?
And he's from here, but I don't know where he's staying now.
Okay.
He just came home from either North Carolina or Toledo. He was visiting for a couple days.
How long had he been here?
Let's say 3 or 4 days.
And who does he know?
Me. I've known him my whole life.
Was he your friend coming up?
Yes.
Okay.
I've known
How
him
old is
for
he?
like 10. I want to say 36, 37. I can't keep the ages right.
Okay. Is that all who was in the house?
And then me and my roommate, and then my roommate's girlfriend, friend, I don't know her name. Or her name's Ashley, but I don't know her last name.
And this is Ron's?
Yes.
Ron's girlfriend, Ashley?
Girlfriend or acquaintance, I don't know what they really are. It's a little weird.
And Ron is your roommate?
Yes.
Her name is Ashley?
Yeah, I'm not sure what her last
Where's she at?
She, I guess, took off out the door after they all took off running. She, I guess, took off. And I was trying to get myself composed.
Is she a white female?
Yes.
You ever met her before?
Yeah.
How old is she?
I'm not sure. Probably around my age.
How old are you?
32. She might be a little older. Not sure.
You know her last name?
No, not really. No.
So, you get back, you walk in to the scene of them all hanging out, laughing, and whatever.
Laughing, joking.
Who was sitting where?
It was me, and I don't know her name. I want to say Tori was in the living room.
Where was she sitting?
On the other couch.
When you walk into the door or past?
Yeah, when I walked in the door. No. You walk in the door and you look dead at her. I looked dead at her when I walked in. On the couch closest to my bedroom.
Okay.
And then the 3 guys, Quinton, Brian, and Adam were in the kitchen.
Okay.
And then
Were they sitting or just standing up?
Adam, I think, was sitting. Quinton and Brian were standing over by the sink.
Okay. And nobody was arguing, no nothing?
Everything seemed fine. Like, everybody was joking, laughing. Me and Ron, he bought me some lights or whatever for my room, and I was putting them up on my bed. So we went in there to do that. And we heard the tussling, and I went to go open the door, and I heard more gunshots, so I shut the door and tried to have my closet.
Now, when you say your bedroom, which one is your bedroom?
The one with the air conditioner. Right here, if you look up with the pink curtains. The pink room, I guess you could say.
So, when you walk into the front door past the couches?
To the right, it's my room.
With your TV on the dresser?
Yeah, the full letter screen.
Silver, yep, the silver bedroom.
Yeah.
Okay, you were in the room then?
Yeah, me and Ronald was.
Okay, so y'all was in the room putting up the lights.
Yeah.
Was the door shut?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So then when you were in that room at that time, how long were you in the house before you start hearing arguing?
Maybe half hour.
Who was arguing?
I'm not. They all were kind of arguing. I guess I didn't hear her much say anything. But they were. I heard all the men for sure.
And what were they arguing about?
I couldn't make it out honestly.
Okay. Did they have any issues?
All I heard was get off of her or something. That's all I heard.
You heard get off of her?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me get this right. That girl's name was Tori or Toni or something.
I don't remember.
Okay. And who was she over there for?
I guess she came with Brian.
She came with Brian.
Yes.
So was Ashley in the room with you and Ron, or was she?
No, she was in the other in Ron's room.
So she wasn't in the living room anymore?
No. She was never in the living room. She was in the room.
When you guys got back from Sheets, was Ashley with you?
No, she was in the room.
So she stayed, and you and Ron went to Sheets.
Yeah.
Ashley was sitting on the couch when you walked in, correct?
No, Ashley was not. She was in the room.
Okay, so Ashley was in the room. Not your room, but the room to the left?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know Ashley's last name at all?
No, I don't. I can't think of it right off.
Could it be Barton? Does that sound right?
Okay. So at that point, you and Ron are hanging the lights up in your room. You hear the arguing between Brian, Quinton, and Adam?
Yes.
And Tori. You couldn't really, you said you didn't hear her much, though?
No.
Okay. And you couldn't make out what they were arguing over?
The only thing I heard was get off of her or something.
Whose voice did you hear saying get off her?
Honestly, I couldn't really. I want to say it might have been Brian's.
Okay. Then you heard,
Gunshots.
how many gunshots would you say you heard?
Like 4, maybe 5.
From the same gun, or was it a different
It
gun?
sounded like the same gun. I'm not sure though. I don't remember the difference.
Was it automatic?
It sounded like it. I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't know about it like that.
Was it like a big gun, small gun?
I have no clue. It sounded like a firecracker to me at first.
Then what?
I tried to open the door, like I said, and the gun, the bullet came flying past mine around his head, went through my TV. It came through the wall and through the TV.
When you tried to open the door?
Yes, and I started back and then we ran into the closet, tried to hide in the closet, but
Did they ever come in your room?
no.
Okay. Then what?
They all took off out no, they were arguing again by the door. I heard talking about get down on the ground or whatever, and I thought the cops was already here. That the way they were saying get down on the ground, and then.
Did you hear any more gunfire after that?
Not that I remember. And then they jumped off of Ronald's room balcony.
Did you see them do that?
Yes, because after I came out, I heard them going into Ronald's room. I kind of opened the door to see what's going on, and last person I seen was Quinton running through the hallway.
Okay.
And then Ron keeps saying Ron. Brian told me to call the police and tell them that he shot her.
Brian said that he shot her?
No, he didn't. He said call the police and say that he shot her. This is whoever else was with him.
Who was he?
It was either Quinton. I'm pretty sure it was either Quinton or Slim. Well, Adam. Slim's name, sorry.
Oh, so Adam goes by Slim too?
Yes, sorry.
That's his moniker, his nickname?
What's that mean?
Slim.
Yeah, that's what it goes by.
So Brian said that one of those two, either Quinton or Adam,
I don't
shot.
think it was Slim, because from my understanding, him and Brian are really close.
So you saying Brian said that he shot him? Did he reference who?
No, not.
Did he point at one of the people?
No, he was hanging from the banister.
And if he was hanging from the banister, that means Quinton and Adam was already gone?
No, Quinton was the last one out. I didn't even know that he was still in the house when I went in there to try to see what's going on.
So that's what I'm not understanding.
Slim was, I'm pretty sure, the first one gone over the balcony.
Okay,
And
so
then Brian,
if Brian's gonna make reference to Quinton and Quinton is still in the house,
I didn't know he was in there until he ran past me.
so why would you understand what I'm trying to say now? Brian tells you that he shot him. You didn't know that Quinton was in the house.
I didn't know he was still in there until he ran past me.
So that means you was inside the room. You was in Ashley's room at the time?
Ronald's room.
Ronald's room at the time?
Because I heard him running and I heard glass break. Or whatever broke over in his room.
So where was Quinton left in the house?
In the living room.
So when do you think Brian meant to say it's Quinton?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's the only other person who was in the house at the time, I guess.
So why would Quinton want to shoot?
I have no clue. I couldn't tell you. I don't know why any of them had any of them. They were all out in the building.
So who all has guns?
I'm not sure. I know Slim had one. This is Adam.
What kind of gun did he have?
I'm not sure. I don't know guns. I have no clue. I don't know what caliber. I don't really like guns.
Okay. Is Brian known to carry a gun?
Yes.
So Brian's known to carry a gun too? And Quentin's known?
Well, I don't think Quentin has one. But I think...
But Brian is the one who told you that it was...
Yeah, Brian is the one who's girl's boyfriend or husband or something, I don't know. And I remember when Brian ran past me, he had a brown bag, like a tan purse.
You had a tan purse in his hand?
I want to say it was the lady's purse.
And how long was it before you ran past you? Like, you were in Ron's room.
Yeah, I was coming back into my room.
You Quinton ran past you.
Your Honor, I will pause the video right there. Timestamped at 15 minutes and 5 seconds. Ms. McClain, the detectives asked you if Brian was known to carry guns, and what was your answer?
I couldn't really hear it because of the rain on the thing.
Go back to 1423.
I want to say it might have been Brian's.
Then what?
They all took off. Was it tell the police?
Or Adam?
I don't.
If he was...
And I remember when Brian ran past me, he had a brown bag, like a tan purse.
You had a tan purse in his hand?
I want to say it was the lady's purse.
And how long was it before you ran past you? Like, you were in Ron's room.
Yeah, I was coming back into my room.
Your Honor, I think he asked her the question. Yeah, a little bit before it.
And if he was hanging from the banister, that means Quinton and Adam was already gone?
No, Quentin was the last one out. I didn't even know that he was still in the house when I went in there to try to see what was going on.
So that's what I'm not understanding.
Slim was, I'm pretty sure, the first one gone over the balcony.
Okay, so
Brian,
if Brian's going to make reference to Quinton and Quinton is still in the house,
I didn't know he was in there until he ran past me.
so why would, you understand what I'm trying to say now? Brian tells you that he shot him. You didn't know that Quinton was in the house.
I didn't know he was still in there until he ran past me.
So that means you was inside the room. You was in Ashley's room at the time?
Ronald's room.
Ronald's room at the time?
I heard him running and I heard glass break. Or whatever broke over in his room.
So where was Quinton left in the house?
In the living room.
So, do you think Brian meant to say it's Quinton?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's the only other person who was in the house at the time, I guess.
So why would Quinton want to shoot?
I have no clue. I couldn't tell you. I don't know why any of it happened. They were all out in the building.
So who all has guns?
I'm not sure. I know Slim had one. This is Adam.
What kind of gun did he have?
At 1348, Ms. McClain stated to...
Ask her a question.
Ms. McClain, did you hear what you stated to the detectives after he asked you? And what was your answer?
That Slim had a gun. I knew he carried them, but I never seen it.
Correct. Thank you.
I don't know about it. I have no clue. I don't know what caliber, I don't really like guns.
Okay. Is Brian known to carry a gun?
Yes.
So Brian's known to carry a gun too?
At 14, excuse me, Ms. McClain, did you hear the answer you gave the detective, timestamped at 14:02?
Yes.
He asked you, is Brian known to carry a gun? What was your answer?
Yes, and that's from what Adams told me about their past.
Okay, moving forward.
And Quentin's no.
Well, I don't think Quentin had one. But I think...
But Brian is the one who told you that it was...
Yeah, Brian is the one who's girl, boyfriend, or husband, or something, I don't know. As I remember, Brian ran past me, he had a brown bag, like a tan purse.
You had a tan purse in his hand?
I want to say it was the lady's purse.
And how long was it before you ran past you? Like, you were in Ron's room.
Yeah, I was coming back into my room.
You Quentin ran past you.
It wasn't long, it wasn't too long after they but I was
Yeah, I mean,
really hear you guys back there.
sure. Like Adam, how's he involved with? So I know you said Brian and Brian's girlfriend, right? How is Adam involved with these two? Does Adam live here? Does he? Who was he visiting?
I've known him.
So you grew up with Adam.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a couple of years. He's been out of town.
Does Adam typically carry a gun?
I've never known him to until now, which I...
What do you mean until now?
I've never known him to carry a gun. I never told me he ever did.
You said until now, like recently?
Like,
when did you see Adam with a gun?
when he first got here.
Tonight?
No, he's been here.
Ms. McClain, did you hear the answer you gave to the detective when he asked you, when did you first see Adam with a gun?
Yes, I did.
Can you repeat what you said?
I said he had one, but like I said, it was so long ago, I can't recall everything that I said in my police report. And a lot's happened since then, so.
Earlier you said you didn't see anyone with a gun, correct?
Yes, I just did that.
Prior to the incident, correct?
Yes.
In this statement, is it safe to say that you just said, or did you not just, or did you not just say that you seen Adam, right, with a gun when he first got there?
Yeah, what, a week, 2 weeks prior to that? Yes, but I never seen it after that.
Prior to the incident?
Yes, he was there 2, 3, maybe 2 weeks before you even came.
Okay, so it's safe to say since he's been in your home that he had a gun?
I seen it the one time, and I didn't see it after that.
Okay.
My jury court agent.
So 3 or 4 days. Like, when did you see Adam with a gun?
When he first got here.
Tonight?
No, he's been here for like 3 or 4 days.
So 3 or 4 days ago, he came here to visit with you from North Carolina or wherever?
They're Toledo. That's their exactly.
So somewhere out of Akron.
At 6:16, did you hear what you gave, the response you gave to the detective when he asked you, when did you see Adam with a gun?
When he first got there, I said that.
You had just, did you not just say that Adam was there 2 weeks? You said you seen him with a gun?
A week or two prior, yes.
Did you hear what you said in your statement?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear that you said 4 days prior to this?
Yes, I did.
So is it safe to say that you answered correctly?
It was a mistake.
Okay. So it was a mistake that you said to the police? that
Yes.
You seen him 4 days prior
Yes.
with a gun?
Yes. A lot happened that night, but
He's
it
here.
wasn't to your liking.
Just want the truth.
Visiting you for 3 or 4 days. You've known him since you were 10. And then 3 or 4 days ago, he brought a gun. Do you know what kind of gun?
No, I don't.
Was it a handgun?
Yeah.
What color?
What's it? Silver?
Silver? How big? Good. Silver. How big?
I don't, honestly, I don't know about this big. I don't like guns, so I'm just going to get it in my house.
Did you ask him about it? Like, why
No,
do
I
you have his
didn't.
gun?
I didn't ask him.
Did you see Adam with the gun today?
Yes.
What was he doing with the gun today?
It was underneath my, like, it's in by my couch.
So did you hear the question that the detective just asked you at 6:58 timestamp?
Yes.
Can you repeat what he asked you?
He asked me if I seen Adam with a gun that day. And I said yes, but I don't remember seeing him with it that day, honestly.
So why would you tell the police that you seen him with a gun that day?
I don't know. I didn't see no guns that whole day, the whole time, so I don't honestly know.
Ms. McClain, do you know you're under oath?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to play it back one more time.
She answered it, move on.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Excuse me.
The bullets and everything out of there, like the where the thing from is out of it.
Was it like in a box or was it in like a holster or what?
It was just out, like
Just in the open?
underneath my couch, under my couch.
Is it still underneath the couch?
I don't know. That's the last place I seen it.
The couch that got the bricks under?
They all got bricks under them.
So the couch
Well, the one closest to your room.
Yeah, that's the one that the corner over by the stand is where he puts the trash.
So like the closest to your room?
Yeah.
So where would, if you were sitting closest to your room, would the gun be by your room
This
door?
the TV, there's a table stand in the corner of the room when you walk upstairs. There's one in both sides of my living room by the TV.
Okay.
So it's the stand on
In the corner over the picture.
Yeah.
Ms. McClain, is it safe to say that you not only seen the gun that day, but you also seen what he was doing with the gun?
No. I didn't see what he was doing with the gun.
Did you not hear your answer that you just gave to the detective?
I said that I seen the gun, but I didn't see him doing anything with it. I said I seen the gun, but I didn't see him doing anything with it. It was sitting from that. It said that it was sitting on the floor.
Did you not just say that you seen him take the clip out of it?
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, may I play it back?
I heard it. She's answered. Move
Yes,
on.
ma'am.
You saw Adam with the gun today?
Yes. He's had it. Like I said, last time I seen it, it was taken apart. The bullet wasn't inside of it.
So like
by itself.
the gun was not like, so there, when you say taken apart, you mean like there was no magazine in it? Like
Yeah, there's nothing in it. They were separate.
The magazine and the gun?
Yeah.
And you saw it like that today?
Yes. Not long before we
Why was it out? Like were all of those people there when you left for
No.
Sheets? Who all was there when you left for Sheets?
They were sitting in the driveway when we were sleeping. Brian and his girlfriend were sitting in the driveway when we were sleeping.
Which car?
That the red car that's sitting next to the gray, the gold truck.
Does she like stay in that car from time to time?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I've never met her until tonight.
And that's Toni or Tori. Okay.
What's Adam's last name?
Right. W-R-I-G-H-T.
And what about Quinton? How did he get here?
He is a family friend too.
Of you?
Yeah, I call him my nephew. I used to date him uncle years ago.
Was he here when you guys went to Sheets?
Yes, he was. Adam and Quinton were here. And Ashley.
Ashley, Quinton, and Adam were here. Brian and his girlfriend were outside when you and Ron left for Sheets. And when you guys came back, was that they were all inside then?
Yeah.
But Ashley was still in Ron's room. You and Ron went into your room to hang lights. And everybody else was out like in those green room. When you heard the shot, or the shots or the arguing or whatever, and you ran outside and that bullet went by you at your bedroom. When they ran by, did you see anybody with a gun?
I seen Brian trying to hand the gun off to Slim, but then Quinton also had a gun. I don't know.
When the detective asked you, did you see after the shots, the detective asked you, did you see, when you came out of your room, did you see anybody with a gun? Do you recall your answer?
I saw you and Quinton in the hall, or you and Brian wrestling, and I heard Brian say, "Take this." I don't know what it was. And then Brian or Adam shut the door on me.
So that gun that you saw Brian try to hand off to Adam, was that Adam's gun?
I don't know.
What color was it?
I want to say silver.
Was it a handgun too?
Yeah. I think it was a little bit smaller.
How about Quinton's gun? Was it?
I didn't know that he had one. Honestly, he was, I don't know. Yeah, I just didn't know that he had one here. I don't have to see him with one. Quinton. Never seen him with one at all.
But after, when you ran out, then you saw Quinton with one?
I seen him with the purse. I seen when I opened the door, I got a glance, and that's when I shut the door back.
A glance of what?
Of him over by the wall,
Which wall?
where there's a hole in my wall.
You saw Quinton right there?
Yes.
And Quinton, did he have a gun?
Yes. No, that's when I came back in the door and shut
What
the door.
color was
and
his
shut
gun?
the gun. It was silver.
So everybody has silver gun.
Yes. That I remember.
Was the gun that Quinton had the same as you saw Adam with?
I'm not sure.
Did Quinton threaten you not to open the door? Or?
No, I just got scared and I shut the door back, and then that's when the bullet came flying through the door, through the wall.
At 21:25, a timestamp on the video, they asked you if Quinton threatened you with the gun. Do you remember your answer?
Yes.
And what was it?
No, you didn't directly threaten me. No, you did not. But you pointed my direction when the first bullet went through my wall.
Put your phone away, ma'am, and on silent, please. Thank you.
So you're stating that I threatened you.
I never stated that you threatened me.
Or I pointed the gun at you?
You did. It was in my direction.
May I ask why you didn't tell the detective this at the time of this interview?
Again, everything happened so fast and a lot just happened. A girl was just murdered in my house. I'm a little messed up from it all. Still am.
Understandable. Your Honor, I'd like to play that portion back.
So, Mr. Nixon, the purpose of that is for you to impeach her. She's answered your question.
Okay.
So it's up to me to determine her credibility.
Your Honor, can I please stand for a second? Okay. Go ahead. I just have back injury.
After you heard the initial shooting?
Yes.
So you said Adam was the first one out of the house? So at what point did you see Brian try to give Adam a gun?
When he was trying to get through the door,
What door?
the back door.
The slider?
He was yelling at him to take the gun.
And at that point, Brian had the gun in his hand?
Yes.
And then did Adam take the gun from him?
No, I didn't see. I shut the door, but I don't know.
And then when you came back out, then you saw Quinton with a gun? Or did
No,
you,
when I first opened the door,
when that bullet went by you?
when I heard the tussling, I opened the door, and then I seen Quinton with the gun, and then I heard.
Who was tussling?
I want to say it was Quinton and the girl, and then I think I seen Brian go over, and I shut the door.
And that was in the beginning before the shots?
Yes.
And is that when you heard someone yell, "Get off of her"?
Mm-hmm.
So were you thinking that was probably Brian telling Quinton, "Get off of her"?
I'm thinking so.
And then,
I was trying to hide in my closet.
how much time between that and did you heard the shot go off?
Not long after I shut the door, because it
So,
came
like,
through the door.
Seconds?
Yeah.
And then you reopen the door. You see Adam run by. You see
Brian try to hand the gun to Adam?
Yeah, I heard them tussling, like I said, and I went to open the door. Slim was running by, and then Brian was down on the floor. I don't know, screaming.
Was this before or after the gunshots?
This was after, when they were both all trying to leave. They're out the closet or the door.
So initially you just heard them tussling?
Yeah.
And then you assumed that it was Brian that was telling Quinton to get off of her, because you saw Quinton tussling with her.
Yeah, they were kind of like, I guess.
Like into it?
Yeah. And he grabbed her by the head and smashed the door.
He grabbed her by the head?
Yes.
By her head or by her head?
By her hair. And I just seen him grab her, I don't know.
Was anybody trying to intervene and get him off?
Not when I seen Brian get up, go toward him, but that's all I seen. After I shut the door.
Why'd you shut the door?
I was scared.
Of the fight?
Yeah, I didn't know when I seen Quinton with the gun, and I got scared.
So you see Quinton with the gun and pulling her hair?
Yeah.
And you hear Brian yell, "Get off of her"?
Mm-hmm.
Where was Adam at in all this?
Honestly, I don't even know. I didn't see him.
So you close the door, and then how long? You said seconds after you close the door, you hear the shot?
Yeah, me and Ronald was by the door, and we shut it when we shut it, and it came through right, like, seemed like past his face, because he jumped back. Like it hit him or ricocheted or something.
So you heard, it was just that one shot at that time or more?
I heard like a couple more after that. I heard maybe one before that, and then that one, or I don't know, my mind's so scrambled.
And they was tussling on the couch right by your room?
By the door.
Okay.
So you hear, you see the tussling, you close the door, within seconds you hear the shots.
Yes.
How much time then between you hearing the shots and you reopening the door?
Maybe a minute or two, maybe 3 minutes.
So a minute to 3 minutes, you open the door, you see Adam is already in Ron's room.
Yeah, he's going out the door.
He's going out the door. You see Brian right behind him telling him take the gun.
Yes, I want to say Quinton and Brian was tussling on the floor in front of my door.
So now Quinton and
when I
Brian
opened the door,
are
that's
on
when
the...
Brian got up and took off. And I opened the door back up.
So Quinton and Brian are tussling on the floor?
If I remember correctly, yes.
Do you remember it? Do you remember them tussling on the
I
floor?
remember Brian being on the floor, and then him saying that I heard him say get down on the ground. So I thought you guys were here. That's why I opened the door.
And he was telling Brian to get down on the ground. Quinton was.
No, Brian was telling Quinton to get down.
And Brian already had the gun on him.
Yeah. But yeah, it was. Sorry, I'm just.
No, you're fine.
Just take your time to process.
We're not trying to confuse you or anything.
I know. I'm messing.
We're trying to just get all the facts so we can put this puzzle together.
Yeah, I'm almost positive that Quinton and Brian was arguing in front of my door, and I heard to get down on the ground. Don't move.
After this is all after the shots.
Yeah.
And Adam's already out the door.
Yes.
Okay. But if Adam's already out the door and you hear
He
him,
was getting ready to go. He was going into the bedroom to climb out the window, out the door.
but you also told us that Adam said,
Brian told him to grab the gun, and I never seen him come back to grab it. So I didn't see the gun being handed off to Slim or not.
so who told you again that he shot?
Brian did. And then that's when Quinton came flying through with her, when I say it was her purse.
Quinton took her purse?
Yes.
Does Brian's girlfriend, the one that was shot, did you see her with a gun at all?
No, I did not actually. No, she had a purse. I don't know what she had in it.
What color was the purse?
Like a tan and brown.
Was it leather or cloth or?
I want to say it was cloth. Like Michael Kors, I think.
What is it?
Michael Kors.
Okay. So who do you think shot her?
I mean, honestly, from the tussle, I would say it would have been Quinton. Because I said he had the gun when I first opened the door.
You think Brian wrestled it away from her, or how did he?
So, and he was trying to get it, and then that's when I heard the gunshots go off. I don't honestly know who did it.
But when you saw Quinton run past you with the purse, he had a gun still.
No, I didn't. Brian had the gun.
The one that Quinton had?
I'm not sure which gun it was. I just seen him trying to hand the gun off.
You got these guys' phone numbers?
No, I don't know Brian, and Slim is a text now number. And I just had Quinton on my Facebook.
You know Quinton's Facebook?
It's Ink Goat True.
Ink?
Ink.
Like I-N-K?
Yeah.
And
All
who's
one word.
this?
Goat.
This-
Goat. Yeah. And then space True. T-R-U. No, just no E.
Okay.
That's
Like that.
Quinton's.
Ink, goat,
Yeah.
true.
He's a tattoo artist.
Where at?
He does it.
Does he have a shop or he just
No,
shows
no.
up to people's houses?
Yeah.
What is Brian and Toni into?
Like I said, I only met Brian a couple of days ago, and this is the first time I've met Toni. The lady.
And Slim knows Brian?
Yeah, from my understanding, we were good friends, but I've never met him before. Like I said, I haven't seen Slim in a couple of years.
So what made Slim just come out of nowhere and visit?
He always does. He just comes by to check on me every once in a while when he gets back into town or whatever he's doing.
So what brought Brian and his girlfriend?
Slim.
And how long have they been here?
Like I said, we were gone maybe.
I mean, have they been staying here the last few days?
No.
So they just showed
They
up
just
today?
visited, yeah.
Adam's been here for 3 or 4 days. They showed up today to visit. And Quinton showed up today, or has he been staying here?
He stayed like 2 or 3 nights.
Same as Adam?
Yes.
So you, Adam, and Quinton are all real close?
Yeah. And Brian and Slim are really close.
Do you have any relationships with them?
Adam is actually my ex from years and years and years ago. We just remain really good friends.
Why
My
would
family knows him.
why would Ron's girlfriend, why would she take off?
I think she had a warrant, to be honest.
What's her warrant for?
I'm not sure.
I mean, we're not really concerned about that, but she thought it was serious enough to take off.
I don't know. She kind of panicked.
Does she have a car?
No.
they have gone?
I have no clue. I couldn't tell
Do
you.
they, like, so Adam's not from the area.
No.
Brian, is he from the area?
He's from Akron, that's all I know.
Okay.
And so Quinton's actually from Cleveland. Well, born in Cleveland.
But where's he been staying?
He's been staying with his mom over on Cleveland.
On Wilbeth?
Right across the street from Hope's Homes. It's like a pink apartments.
Like up from the Dairy Queen?
Yeah, on the left.
On the same side as Dairy Queen?
Yes. I'm not sure. I know there's two sets there.
But he lives in the pink ones?
Yeah, I think they're both pink, aren't they? If I remember correctly.
So if you're looking
He
at
lives
the
on the
two,
bottom. I'm not sure.
so are there two buildings, the pink
Yeah,
apartments?
there's two. I'm pretty
So if
sure
you're
there's
on Wilbeth looking at the pink apartments, is he on the left or the right?
the pink apartments are on the left side, and then it's the Wilbur's on the right. So like if you're coming from here,
No, I'm saying if you're standing on Wilbeth looking at his apartment,
Oh,
like we're
okay.
looking here,
Um,
which building is it?
let me say the first one on the left.
On the left?
Yeah, when you're going up Wilbur's, I think it's the first one.
So I'm standing on Wilbeth looking at the two pink apartments. He's on the left, on the bottom, with his mom.
Let me ask you something. Would Quinton and Ashley have known Brian and Toni before today?
No.
They wouldn't have known him.
Well, Quinton met Brian when he came over the one time with Slim. But that's the only time
When was
emailed
that?
him. Maybe 2-3 days ago.
And that's the first time you met Brian?
Yes. And I've always heard of him. You know, Slim talk about him. I've never met him.
Now, Angel, we don't care. We're not narcotics detectives. But is this somehow related to dope? Did this girl, Brian's girlfriend, did she buy dope off Quinton? Did Quinton buy dope off her?
Not that I know of.
I mean, what?
I didn't see any change.
Do you know if
anything.
Brian and Toni have having a lot of money?
I don't know, honestly.
Do
I don't know.
you know if Brian hustles?
I'm not sure. I don't know much about him at all.
Does Adam hustle?
Not that. I mean, he used to. And that's the wrong number, so I'm sorry. I just see my number. 775.
My bad.
That's okay.
So,
Like I said, I don't know what they were doing here. I didn't see if any of that was going on. It must have been before I got here because they wasn't even in the same room with each other.
But what about the other day? Could they have?
No, they were just talking. And then Quinton and Brian was like rapping. Like having a rap battle. That was it. Because they both rap. I know Quinton does for sure.
do they smoke?
I didn't see anything. I know she had hit a vape. But other than that,
Anything we haven't asked that would help us figure out what happened?
no, nothing I can think of right now. Just tired.
Ms. McClain, prior to the last question, he asked you is there anything else that they didn't know? He asked you, do they smoke? Do you remember what your answer was?
He asked me if I seen you guys smoking. I said no. She was hitting a vape.
I know Quinton, they all have a lot of tattoos. Like, a lot. I don't know if that helps or not.
And you have no idea where they might be going? Or no phone numbers for Quinton, Brian, Adam?
I have a text now number for Slim. And I have Quinton on my Facebook. Well, he was on my Facebook.
And you don't really know Brian or his girlfriend?
This is my second time meeting Brian, my first time meeting his girlfriend.
Anything else? All right, well, they're doing some stuff in there, so we'll let you back in the cruiser with your dog. We appreciate you. They're actually...
Your Honor, that's the end of the...
All righty. Any other questions, Mr. Nixon?
Yes. Ms. McClain, you stated that Adam pushed you back in the door when you opened it. You stated that twice today.
Yes.
May I ask why you didn't tell the police that night?
I did say he shoved me, and I shut the door. He pushed me back, and I shut the door.
Today you stated that we were all high and getting high and smoking meth. And
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you state that night when they actually?
They asked at the scene at the incident. I didn't see nobody smoking, no, but earlier that day, yes, everybody was smoking.
When he asked you if you seen anybody smoking and you said a vape, can you explain to the court what that is?
It's a vape. I'm assuming it was like nicotine. I mean, I'm sure everybody knows what a vape is. It's kind of hard to explain. And I want to say it was yellow.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. May I sit here, Your Honor?
You may.
Angel, you were asked multiple times on cross-examination, how was the defendant acting? And
He seemed normal.
and
Everybody seemed normal, like everybody was having a good time.
and I was going to say normal meaning everyone getting along.
Yeah.
You say that you saw him smoking earlier that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever seen the defendant high?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you high that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Smoking? You saw your interview. Your interview was all over the place. Would you agree?
Yes.
Were you high in that car?
I would say so, but I mean, if you smoke during the day, it doesn't just wear off. You know what I mean? So, but I hadn't smoked when I got back home, no.
Okay. Have you seen the defendant high before?
The incident, yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Before the incident, yes.
Okay. Did you see the defendant high on the day of the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you say acting and when you say normal, is that referring to getting along with everybody, not fighting,
Yes,
not
ma'am.
whether he was high or not?
Yes, ma'am.
In the interview, you stated that you seen Adam with a gun when he first got there. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
fair? And then you referenced 4 or 5 days, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a correct amount of time that Adam had been at your house?
No, ma'am. He was probably there maybe a week or two prior, but everything just is jumbled at that point, you know.
You were also asked about the defendant, and you stated in the interview, he was there 2 or 3 days.
He came on the 18th, yes. So
Now, that's more than 2 or 3 days, correct?
yes.
So that was incorrect. So your days were off
Yes.
in the interview.
That's what happens when you get high. That's why I've been clean for 2 years.
And not just high, you just saw a jarring
deprived.
incident. Is that
Yes.
correct? You were asked in the interview, is Brian known to carry a gun? When the defendant asked you on cross, you said you got that information from Adam.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you personally ever seen Brian?
No, ma'am. Like I said, I just met him a couple days prior. Didn't see him go in my house with one, so.
When you were gone with Ron to the store, you were not privy or you did not have knowledge how the defendant was acting at your house. Is that a fair statement?
True.
So if he was acting weird or any other kind of way, you would have never known.
Sure.
Do you have anything else? I have no further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and take our break. I was trying not to interrupt that witness, but we are going to take you can step out that door, take a relatively short lunch break. So I'm going to say at 2:30 we'll be back, and then you may call your next witness. We're adjourned. Sorry, Terry. I kept thinking,
Yeah.
you know, I was just going to be done.
Hold on, I have to get her to sign a thing. Okay.
Depends how long this next witness lasts. I would think probably about 5. Yeah. But, you know, after 5, other people are on overtime, so, but we'll go to 5 today.
Not what I want.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, I've already told them. Come on up, right over here, please. Would you turn around and raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead and have a seat in that chair. Make sure that the light on the microphone is blue. Keep your voice up and speak into the microphone, please. All right, Ms. Easter, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your first and last name, spelling your last name for the record?
Ashley Broughton, Brotton.
Ashley, how old are you?
36.
Are you currently employed?
No.
Okay. And do you know why you are here today testifying?
Yes.
It is State of Ohio versus Quinton Nixon.
Yes.
And what occurred on July 25th of 2022?
A murder.
Okay. I want to take you back to that time. At that time, where were you staying?
I had been at Angel and Ron's apartment and was staying with them for that week.
You said that week. Do you know approximately when you got to that apartment?
I'm not sure what day it was.
But you were there approximately a week?
Yeah.
What brought you there? How did you come to stay there?
I had just gotten released from jail, and the place I was staying before that, I had a falling out with my roommate, and Ron said I could stay there with him for a little bit.
Around that time, were you using drugs?
Yes.
And what was your drug of choice?
Methamphetamine.
Okay. Who did you get permission to stay there from?
Ron and Angel.
You knew both of them?
Mm-hmm.
Tell the court how you knew Ron.
I've known him for a while. I met him through the tap, like the gambling places.
Oh.
Because he worked there, and his son, and then we've just been friends over the years.
Okay. And how did you know Angel?
Through Ron.
Oh, okay. So you knew Ron first, then Angel. Does Ron have a nickname or go by any other name?
Chip.
Okay. Is that what you used to call him or normally call him? Okay. Okay, so you had been there approximately a week. Was anyone else there when you got there?
There was Adam Wright, which they call Slim, and then Quinton was there, and Angel. There was another girl that would pop in and out, but there was people who was like staying there at the time when I was there. I mean, they didn't leave.
Okay, and you said you had been there for a while. Was Quinton, and first, do you see Quinton Nixon in the courtroom?
Yes.
Will you please point to him and describe what he has on?
Orange jumpsuit.
Okay, and is he in the first or the second seat?
First.
Okay, Your Honor, will you let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. When you got to Angel's apartment, was the defendant already there?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did you say you were there?
I was there for about a week.
Okay. And when you got there, he was there prior to you getting there that week?
Mm-hmm.
How about Adam? Was he there too?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know the defendant when you got there?
No.
Okay. Had you ever met him before?
No.
Okay. And did you know Adam?
I know of Adam's family, not him. Yeah, I did.
Please explain.
I grew up with Adam's sister and his mother, but he wasn't around. I guess he was in juvenile centers or something. So, I mean, I'd heard of him, but I didn't actually meet him until I come up here.
Okay. So prior to the 25th, it was you, Ron, Angel McClain, Adam Wright, and the defendant, Quinton Nixon?
Yeah, and his uncle was there or somebody.
Okay. Was he there off and on or consistently?
He had been there off and on, I believe.
Okay.
What I can remember.
But the defendant, he was there
was there.
consistently?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Excuse me. And you stated that back then you were using drugs?
Yes.
And your drug of choice was meth?
Mm-hmm.
Were you using drugs at that house?
Yes.
Or I'm sorry, I keep saying house, at that apartment?
Yes.
Were others using drugs at that apartment?
We all were.
Okay. And you say we all were. Did you see people using drugs at that apartment?
Yes.
Did you see the defendant using drugs?
Yes.
Okay. And you were there about a week. He was there before you. Did you see him using drugs prior to July 25th?
Yes.
Okay. Did he use drugs on a frequent basis?
We was getting high every day.
Okay. Multiple times a day?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you ever seen someone high off drugs? Off meth? Well, I'll put it that way. Now, you had not met the defendant. Did he appear to be high off drugs?
Right, yeah.
Why? Why would you say that?
You could just tell he had been up for a while. From my experience with him, because he was arguing with people, arguing with everybody like there was stuff going on, and obviously it wasn't. So, like, they're thinking that conversations was happening that wasn't happening.
Okay, so two things. We can't assume stuff. We can't. So you said it is obvious he had been up for a while. What made it so obvious that he had been up for a while?
Just, I don't really know how to explain that.
That's fine. Did you see him sleep?
No.
Okay, and you were there for a week. Did you see him tell the court about the arrangements in the house? Where would people sleep?
He was within Angel's room. Adam was on the couch. Me and Chip was in his room, or Ron. And
You
then-
can say Chip if you like.
Okay, we was in his room. Like, nobody was really sleeping, everybody was just up, but we would bounce around from room to room getting high.
Okay. Do you know who brought the drugs? Was it community drugs?
They were there, I don't know.
So if one person had drugs, they would share and everybody would smoke?
Mm-hmm.
Would you smoke by yourself, together? a
Together.
company? You said what?
We all smoked together.
Okay. Where did you smoke?
In Angel's room, the living room, and Chip's room.
All over the house, pretty much? Okay. You had said that you made reference of conversations that weren't had, or will you tell the court what did you mean by that in reference to the
Thinking
defendant?
people was talking about him or out to get him.
How did you know that? What did you see to lead you to say that today?
There was an argument between him and Adam the one day that I was there, and that's what the argument was about. And then the night that all that had happened, there was an argument, and everybody kept trying to get him to leave to go home to go to bed, but he wouldn't, and because his uncle was leaving that night too, and he thought everybody was out to get him, I guess.
Okay. And when you say everybody, who is everybody?
Everyone in the house, Angel, Chip, and Adam, and I don't know about the other two because I didn't know them, Brian and that girl.
Okay. So I think I asked you about how you know Ron. I asked you how you know Angel, Adam, the defendant, and you said you don't know that girl and Brian.
Yeah.
Okay. When did they come over?
That night that it happened.
Okay. And so let's turn to that day, July 25th of 2022. You were at the house. You woke up that morning. Can you tell us about your day?
Me and Chip had went to the store down in Canton and got back later that evening, and then we had took his uncle or something to get a cell phone cord too, because they didn't have a phone cord to charge their phone or something. So we went to Barberton to get that, and then they was trying to sell a trailer, some type of pull-along trailer, and so I was trying to find somebody for him to buy that. But I mean, pretty much we just hung out in the rooms and was getting high, and then Angel was trying to do something in her room. I don't know if it was hanging lights, or I can't remember exactly what it was. She was trying to hang up something, so Chip was over there helping her hang it up. And then that's when the other ones had showed up, Brian and his girlfriend. And she didn't come up to the house at first, though. I'd heard him in there and talking, so I knew somebody else was at the house. And that's
Who
when-
is him?
Brian.
Okay, you heard Brian talking? Okay.
Yeah, they was having a conversation in here about some app.
Let me ask you a question. When Brian and Toni came over, was Chip and Angel McLean at home?
Was they what?
Were they at home?
They had left to go somewhere, but I don't know if they was there at the exact time that them two had gotten there.
Okay. What were you doing when they got there?
I was in Chip's room.
Okay. Did you see them come in?
No.
Okay, you were in the. Did you stay in Chip's room a lot of the time?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so they got to the apartment. You heard someone out in the living room talking, and you said she did not come up at first?
No, it was only Brian in there at first because they was talking about an app. And I had heard them talking about this app, and that's when I went in there and told them about an app that I had knew that I had put in on my ex-boyfriend's phone.
Do you know what kind of app it was?
Whistle or Whisper or something like that.
And when this was going on, this is when Angel and Ron were not at home at the gas station?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so you went in there and started having that conversation. Where was this conversation?
In the living room.
Okay.
Is where the men were.
No other female at this time. Toni was not upstairs.
No, she wasn't.
Was everybody getting along?
Yeah.
Was there any arguing?
Not at that time, there wasn't.
Okay. What happened after that?
I know Chip and Angel had come back, and Chip and his uncle had a disagreement, and that's when an argument had started, and Angel asked them all to leave. And they didn't, and then, well, he didn't, Quinton didn't, his uncle did, and everything had calmed down after that, and I was in Chip's room, and Chip and Angel was in her room, and then, like, you could hear everybody in the living room talking and getting along, and then all of a sudden, it's just a big commotion had erupted, and that's when I thought Chip and his uncle had gotten into it, but it was him and Brian's girlfriend were fighting.
Okay. Now, when you were in the room, could you see what was going on in the living room or the kitchen?
When I stepped out into the hallway, yes.
No, prior
Not
to you
in the
stepping?
room, no.
Okay. So do you know how long you were in the room prior to that happening?
Probably like 10 minutes or so.
Okay. Did you see any poster or wall mural being put up or trying to be assembled?
No, I didn't see them doing it.
Okay. So if that was done, you would have been in the room?
I would have been in Chip's room. They were
Correct.
in Angel's room.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So anything that was going on in the living room, you would not have known about or seen?
Mm-mm.
So
No.
now let's get to the part. You said you hear some commotion.
Mm-hmm.
Will you describe what you heard to the court?
Quinton yelling that she was the police, and when I went out to see what was going on, that's when him and her were fighting over a gun.
Where did you go to see what was going on?
Just like straight out of the bedroom. Like there's a bedroom here, and this little hallway, and then a bathroom. Well, I went into that little hallway type thing.
Okay. Describe for the court exactly what you saw.
Quinton and Brian's girlfriend wrestling over a gun, and
Who had the gun?
Quinton did, because I couldn't really see too much of it, but he had the gun, I know, but her hands, I don't.
Okay. Okay, let's just slow down. You said the defendant had the gun. Can you tell how he was holding it? Was it up, down? Was it pointed at anyone?
It was
Let's talk
kind of
about
just
that.
everywhere,
Okay.
because, I mean, they were fighting over it, so.
Was anyone saying anything?
He was saying that she was the police, and somebody else, I don't know who it would have been, but they yelled, "No, she's not."
Okay. Where was everyone else, meaning Brian and Adam? Did you see them?
Brian was on the couch. I know Adam was in the kitchen at one point, but I don't know where he would have been at that time, if he was still on the couch in there or not, but I know.
Did you see Adam?
No, I couldn't see Adam.
Okay,
I
so
see
you don't know
Brian
where he
sitting
was.
on the couch, not
Okay.
doing anything while it was happening.
And you said Brian was sitting on the couch when you went out to look, not doing anything while it was happening? Okay. And you don't know what Adam was doing because you could not see him?
Right.
Okay. How long do you think you stayed in the hallway?
Not long at all, because the gun started going off, and I went and ran into Angel's room with them.
Okay. Did the gunshot go off while you were in the hallway or after you were in the room?
While I was in the hallway, because Angel yelled, "Get in my room," and that's where we went to.
Okay. Oh, so did Angel go in the room prior to you?
Excuse
Before
me?
you? Did Angel?
No,
go-
Angel was still in the living room before I went in there. She yelled to get in the room, and then I just ran in the room, and she wasn't far behind me.
Okay, so you went in Angel's room first. Okay. Where was Ron?
Ron ran in the room too and went in the closet.
Okay. And you said he ran in the closet.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see any? Let me back up. Now, you talked about a gun, and you talked about the defendant with a gun. Prior to that day, that moment, had you seen the defendant with a gun prior to that?
No.
Okay. Did you see anyone else in the house with a gun?
Adam.
Okay. When did you see Adam with the gun?
When I first got there.
How were you able to see Adam with the gun?
Because he was like, would just flash it around or holding it and stuff, and then like, it would be out on the couch in front of him in his pants, something like it was visible.
Okay. At any given time, did Adam ever threaten anybody with a gun while you were there?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Do you know whose gun that the defendant had in his hand when you came out and saw him tussling with Toni?
I don't know whose gun it was, but I know he had one.
When you came out, can you describe that gun that he had tussling with Toni? What did that gun look like?
It was a smaller handgun.
Where were they where were they when they were tussling?
In front of the doorway, like that goes outside. Like there was the couch there, and then there's the door, and it was like right there.
Once you went into the bedroom, and you said that Angel came in next, then Ron. What happened after you got in the bedroom?
Quinton had ran into the room, and he was freaking out, and Angel yelled at him and told him to get out of the room, that he looked like the devil. And then he had went back into the living room, and then you could just hear stuff. And then Adam had ran into the room, and I can't remember what all he was saying, but like everybody was just freaking out after what happened.
Okay.
And then they left. They ran and jumped off the back balcony.
Were there any other shots once you all got in the room? Once you Ron?
There was another gun that had went off, yeah.
Okay. How many shots did you hear?
5, maybe 6. I can't really remember.
Are you familiar with guns?
A little bit. Yeah.
Okay. Do you own a gun?
No, I don't own a gun.
Do you know, I think you started talking about Ron and Angel in her room. Do you know what they were doing in that room?
She needed help hanging up some lights or something behind her bed, like the color changing ones or something, and that's what he was over there helping her do.
At any time, did you go in there while they were hanging up the lights?
I was in and out, like I'd go in there and smoke with them or whatever, and then go back into Ron's room and finish what I was doing.
Did you see the method they were hanging up the lights? Like, were they using any tools or?
I'm not sure what they were doing.
Okay. Did you ever see Ron with a hammer?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Did you ever see Ron go after the defendant with a hammer?
No.
While you were there, did you ever see Ron with a machete?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see a machete in Ron's room while you were there?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Did you ever see anyone, meaning Adam or Brian, attack the defendant with a machete or a hammer?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see a tarp or a plastic at the house?
No.
Did anyone try to wrap the defendant up in plastic?
No.
Okay. Prior to you going in the room, or no, you were always in the room. Do you know where people were seated after Brian and Toni came into the house?
I know Brian and Adam, when they first got there, was in there. I didn't even know she was there until the fight broke out.
Oh, okay. Okay. So when you went out there to talk about that whisper app, she was not in?
She was not present in the room because it was about her.
Okay.
Having
You
it
said
on
it was
her.
about her?
Yeah, they were saying she had it on her phone.
And do you know how they describe this whisper app, or what is this app supposed to be?
I don't know what it is. They described it like it was something that you would talk to the police with or report things with or something like that, and like making it out like she was, like an informant, I guess is what you call it. And I guess that's what they was trying to make it out as.
Okay. Now, how long do you think they were in the living room doing that?
They was talking for a good 5-10 minutes before anybody come home.
Oh, and we say anybody, you're talking about Ron
Yeah.
and Angel.
Right.
When Ron and Angel came home, where were you?
And I went back in the room.
All right, so now the shots were fired. You said a shot came through the room. I think you said Ron, you said he was hiding in a closet?
Yeah, because he got grazed on the chin or something.
How long do you think you were in the room before the defendant came in?
I don't feel like it was very, I don't know. It couldn't have been that long because everything happened so quick.
How was he acting? What was his demeanor?
He was scared, like what just happened.
Okay. And how long did you think he stayed in the room?
Just not long at all.
What happened after he left?
He ran into the living room, and from what I could hear, the men had jumped him, so.
Okay. Did you see it?
I had seen a little bit from where the hallway was, but like you couldn't see much.
And when you say the men had jumped him, how? Are you saying that from what you heard and
No,
what you
like
believe happened?
they jumped him or whatever whenever he went to go out of the room. And after that, I just heard what had happened because you could hear like a gun smack off somebody.
Okay. So a gun hitting someone's, you believe, body, face, head, whoever? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How long did that last, you think?
A few minutes.
Okay. Do you know who was doing the hitting? Do you know who had the guns at that point in time?
I don't know who had what.
You were in the room? Okay. What happened after that?
When he ran back in, he was bloody, and then they all it was weird because they all left. I feel like at the same time, then ran and jumped off the balcony.
Okay.
And then not long after that, I left because I had warrants and I didn't want to be there, and I jumped off the back balcony too.
Did you see Toni as you were leaving?
Yeah, because I couldn't go out the door because she was laying in front of it, and I didn't want to touch her.
Okay. She was blocking the door so you could not open the door?
Right.
Okay. And when you say she was laying in front of it, was she on the floor? Where was she?
She was on the couch and her legs was in front of the door.
Did you go off the balcony as well, or jump off the balcony as well? Okay. How long after they left did you jump off the balcony?
It was a few minutes after they left because I told Angel I had to go because she was begging me to stay, and I was like, no.
When the defendant left, did you see him with anything?
A purse, a bag. He took him with him because when I had jumped, it was even still on the ground.
Did he have that? Do you know whose bag that was?
No, I don't know whose it was. I just seen him with a bag.
Okay. Did he have that bag when you first came over?
No.
And saw him? Okay. When he came back in the second time, you said he had blood on him. Did he say or do anything at that point in time?
He was begging Angel for help.
Okay. And you said you jumped off the balcony because you had warrants?
Yeah, there was drugs there. The girl who got shot, and I just figured it was going to end badly.
Where did you go when you jumped off the balcony?
I said there was drugs there, and the girl had been shot, so I just thought it would end badly, so I left.
Where did you go once you jumped off the balcony?
Down the street to a friend of mine's house.
Were you aware that the cops were called?
I knew she was calling the cops. Yeah, they had passed me, and I ran and hid behind a dumpster whenever I seen them, their lights coming.
When you went, before you left, you saw Toni on the couch. Can you describe the living room at that time?
Can I what?
Describe the living room, that area.
The couch was on the same side the door was that you entered, and then there was another love seat over here, a coffee table in the middle, and this way would have been a television.
Okay. Was it still in the same order it was in when you were staying there, or was it in disarray?
I can't really remember how it looked.
Okay, that's fine.
No.
I'm going to show you. What number? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 35.
No, 34. That's me.
I think you have to turn the thing on.
Oh, we gotta change it over to dot cam. There we go.
Describe for the court what we are looking at. You could turn, you have one in front of your face.
Oh.
You could turn it around.
It's on a swivel. Go ahead and swivel it towards you.
That's when I had threw my bags down and jumped off the balcony.
There are 2 bags on the ground. Are both of those bags yours?
2 of the bags is mine, and there's actually a third one, so, because I had 2 bags that night, there would have been a third one, and that one, the third one was not mine.
That was already there when you jumped down? Was that the bag that you saw the defendant leave the house with?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see if did you notice if he had a gun with him or not when he left the house?
I'm not sure.
I'm going to play for you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 35. Can you play that clip? Mm-hmm. The clip of her.
So you need it back to click, Shirley?
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, while that is coming on, that's going to be exhibit number 35. I'm going to ask you a couple more questions. The defendant's behavior, when you stated that, the way he was behaving on drugs, did that cause you any concern?
You could just tell he'd been up for a while, and
Gotta speak up.
I'm sorry. I said you could tell he had been up for a while and needed some sleep. I don't know how he interacts that's just how it was when I met him.
You said what?
I don't know him personally, like I couldn't, I just knew I could tell he had been awake for a while. I'm sure he probably didn't act like that if he would have been not on drugs and normal.
And did you see him do drugs that day?
Mm-hmm, yes.
When the defendant was yelling that she is police, did Toni respond or say anything?
I don't remember hearing her really say anything at all.
Do you remember how he had her up against the door? Was it by her arms, hair?
I don't know. They was just wrestling. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Seems like you should be able to have 2 devices plugged in at the same time. It's not picking up yours?
It's not giving us an option. This one's off.
It doesn't give you the option to what?
To switch to the court here, it's not blowing up.
Ken Masich, call be in court back. Yeah, it's like stuck. It won't.
Did you try to go out that door prior to anyone leaving? The balcony door?
Yeah, and it wouldn't open.
You could not get it to open?
No, I couldn't get it to open at all.
And what did you do after trying to go out the door and not being able to get it to open?
I ran back into Angel's room.
How did you know they were able to get it open?
I mean, whenever they had went in there to open it, they left. I mean, nobody come back out of the room, so I just figured they had got it open, and I went in there, and it was like cracked a little bit, so I had to squeeze through it.
To the best of your knowledge, you were the last person to leave out that balcony?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The balcony off of Grimes, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any animosity? Was there any argument or fighting between Adam and the defendant?
Whenever I had first arrived there, it seemed like they was having a little bit of an issue of some sort.
And why would you say that?
Because they ended up talking it out, and when we were in a car, we had left to go. Angel and Bianca, I believe was her name, and Quinton and me all went. I can't remember where we went to that day, but we went somewhere, and they were all talking about Adam, because Adam was an ex-boyfriend of hers, and I know him, Quinton and Angel were a thing at that time, I guess, and she was just telling me he needed to calm down about it. He needed to calm down about it.
Who is he?
That Quinton needed to calm down, that Adam wasn't trying to do anything with anybody.
Okay. And you say Quentin needs to calm down. Why did Quentin, the defendant, need to calm down?
Because he thought Adam was there to harm him, I guess.
And when you say calm down, how is he acting?
Just like aggressive with his words, or I guess that's how you would describe it.
And you, like you said, you didn't know the defendant, correct?
Right,
And you don't know Toni.
right. No,
So you have no dog in this fight, so to speak, one way or the other.
yeah.
You're just here to tell what you saw that day.
Mm-hmm.
At the time you saw the defendant with Toni up against the wall, you said he had a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone around him have a gun at that time?
Not that I could see. I mean,
And how quickly did you hear the gunshots?
it seemed like pretty quick once they started fighting.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask no further questions. If it gets good time,
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Nixon, questions of Ms. Broughton?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Broughton, you testified today stating that we were all high and getting high, correct?
Yes.
You also testified that you don't know who brought the drugs, correct?
Excuse me?
You don't know who brought the drugs, correct?
Correct.
You also testified today stating that there was a conversation about a whisper app.
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And do you remember who that conversation was with?
Brian, Adam, and you, and that's when I had come in and said something about another app that I had knew about. It was something that you could put on somebody's phone.
So is it safe to say, is that like some kind of spy app?
Right.
You said prior to that, days before, I was yelling at everyone, starting fights, basically, verbally.
Not physically, but verbally. It was like just an aggressive manner of speaking. I was, yes.
Do you recall what I was saying?
I cannot remember what all, no. It's,
You stated that, today you stated that I was yelling, calling Toni the police.
yes.
Did you hear me say that I wasn't the police?
Yes.
Do you know, or do you have any reason as to why I would say that?
You may answer if you know.
Excuse me?
You may answer if you know.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
You also testified today that you said you seen Adam with a gun prior to the tussling of me and Toni Westover.
Yes.
And you also testified and stated that another gun had went off.
Yes.
So are you saying that both guns went off?
Yes, there was 2 different guns that had went off.
Today you testified and stated that you can't recall if there was a machete in Ron's room.
I can't recall it. I'm not real sure what was all in his room.
Is it safe to say that that's where you were most of the time you were there?
Yeah.
You also testified and stated that the conversation about this Whisper app was about Toni prior to her being in the apartment, correct?
Right.
Do you remember how Brian was behaving when he was speaking about this app?
It would have been like he felt like she was working with the police.
What was his demeanor? Was it like, was he tweaking? Was he?
Yeah, you could say that. It was freaking out about the app on her phone.
Brian came in the home first, correct?
Yes.
And then Toni came in later.
At some point, but I didn't see her come in. I never met her.
Okay. Did you see Brian with a gun before Toni came?
I don't recall seeing him with one, no. I know Adam did, but I don't know about him.
Was Adam's gun, where was Adam's gun at before Toni had came upstairs?
On him, as far as I know.
Okay, how can I rephrase it? Was it, when you say on him, did he have it out in his hand? Was it under his arm? Was it in his waistband?
Like a waistband. That's normally where he had it.
You stated that I was jumped by the other males in the home.
Yes.
You also stated that you didn't see me get pistol whipped, but you heard it.
Yes.
Were there any shots fired during that time that you heard me getting pistol whipped?
I can't remember.
You testified today and stated that I was bloody.
Yes.
Could you state for the court where I was bleeding from?
Your face.
You also testified stating that I was begging Angel for help.
Yes.
Do you remember around the time that we were having a conversation about the Whisper app, do you remember Brian having my cellular device?
I can't recall of too much. I just know about the app thing because I went in and elaborated on an app.
Just to clear state for the record, you
At the time that you guys were wrestling, yes.
did you see me shoot?
I just know the gun went off. I don't know whose hand it was in. I just know it went off. That's because that's when I went into the bedroom when Angel yelled at us to go into the room.
At this time, where was Adam? At the time of you going into the bedroom and the gunshots going off, do you know where Adam was?
I think he was in the kitchen. I'm not sure.
At any time or at any point during that, did Adam, or do you know if Adam pushed Angel into the room?
I'm not sure.
Prior to this incident, do you have any knowledge of Brian?
No, I didn't know him at all.
And you state for the record that you testified today stating that you left because you had a warrant.
Yes.
You also stated that you've seen me leave.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did you see me with a gun?
I can't say that I seen you with a gun.
Did you see me with a gun when I left?
No, not. I don't know. I just seen a bag.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, just a few questions, Your Honor. While you were in the room with Ron, and do you mind if I sit here, Your Honor?
No, that's fine.
While you were in the room with Ron and Angel, did you hear anybody make statements that you shot her or anything of that nature?
Yeah, somebody had yelled, "You shot her, you shot her."
Okay. Do you know who yelled or who they were referring to?
I'm not sure who it was that yelled it, but they were referring to Brian's girlfriend.
Okay. And do you know who, when they yelled, "You shot her," who they were referring to the "you" was?
Excuse me?
Who shot who? I know Toni got shot.
Yeah, Quinton had shot her, is what they were saying.
Okay. And was that before they started to beat him up?
Yeah.
So they yelled, "You shot her," and then that's when they beat him up.
Yes, sorry.
And after that, is that when he the defendant ran into the room, asking for help, looking scared?
There was 2 different times he had ran in there trying to get Angel to help him.
Okay. One time was after?
Like right after it happened, and then the other time was after they had beaten him up out there.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I got the order of things. He ran in there one time before, and then the second time it was you shot her, they beat him up, and he ran in the room again after asking for help.
Right.
When he came in the room asking Angel for help, what did Angel do?
She was just yelling at him to get out.
See, I have no further questions, Your Honor. Did you?
You may step down, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can
What?
the
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. This will be State's Exhibit number 35. You will do it 'cause I don't know what I'm doing.
Do I still, do I
Yeah,
stay here?
stay there. She's got some questions for you.
State's Exhibit number 35, and is it 35 and 36? State's Exhibit 35 and 36, Your Honor, and my co-counsel is going to go up and play it since he's more technology.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Before the state plays their exhibit, may I use the bathroom or?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. 2 minutes. I will go.
Hey, Felicia, is up in-
Lost all control. No. I would say, no. Maybe it is a microphone.
Do you recognize that video? And is it fair to say that's you? Is that a fair and accurate representation of you jumping off that balcony that day?
Yes.
And there was a purse on the ground, as you stated, prior
Yes.
to you dropping your 2 items.
Yes.
Okay, and that was not yours?
No, it was not
And
mine.
that's what you saw the defendant leave with?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 38.
38?
That is 37.
Wait, what happened to 36?
The second one was
Oh, the
36.
second video?
Yeah, there's 2
Okay.
separate clips.
Okay.
All right. Did you recognize that video?
Yes.
Okay, and was that you in that video?
Yes.
And that was you going where?
To my friend Rick's house.
Okay, and that's when you said you saw the officers pass you by, and I believe you said you hid behind a trash can.
Yeah.
Do you have any other questions? You have any other questions? I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Nixon, do you have any questions based on those limited questions regarding the videos?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down, sorry. Call your next witness, please.
State calls Brian Fielders.
Sir, would you remain standing and raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead and have a seat. Keep your voice up, speak into the microphone, please.
Gotcha.
Will you please state your first and last name, spelling your last name for the record?
Brian Fielders, Fielders.
Brian Fielders, how old are you?
37.
Are you currently employed, Mr. Fielders?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and where are you employed?
I have a LLC in construction.
And do you know why you're here today?
Yes,
Can you-
ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you, for right now, swivel that TV in front of you? Thank you, just so I can see you. Okay, why are you here today?
I'm here to testify on behalf of Toni's murder.
Okay, so you're here about what happened on July 25th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said, you brought up a name, Toni. You know an individual by the name of Toni Westover?
Yes, ma'am.
How, at the time, July 25th, how did you know Toni Westover?
She was my girlfriend, a childhood sweetheart.
Right, and how long had you been dating Toni at that time?
About 7 months, 6 months.
Okay. How old was Toni?
Toni at that time was, let's say 31.
Okay. Did she have any children?
Yes, she had a daughter.
Okay. Was she employed at that time?
Yes.
And where was she employed?
She was in the medical field, like a nurse, kind of.
Can you tell me a little bit about Toni? How was her personality?
Toni was a sweetheart, real kind, real soft-spoken. I don't know. She was a real gentle person.
Okay. And you said she was a childhood sweetheart. How did you two meet up again to start dating about 7 months ago?
You know what? She had hit me up on Facebook out of the blue, and we just took off from there.
Were you two staying together?
Yeah.
Oh, you two were living together?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Were you familiar with her family? Was she familiar with your family?
Yeah, I know her family a little bit, her mother and her sister.
Okay. Now, let me take you back to July 25th of 2022. On that date, did you and Toni go over to 2260 Maryland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that in Summit County, Ohio?
Yeah.
Now, before we get to that point, can you tell me about your day leading up to going over there?
It was just a normal day. I mean, having a great time, doing our usual. It was a normal day, I guess.
How did you come to go over 2260 Maryland?
My friend of mine, Adam, was over there, and I went over there, and just sit down, we was gonna talk, because we, at that point in time, we kind of had a disagreement between the two of us. Nothing major, just, you know, we distanced ourselves from each other for a few weeks, just, you know, hot heads, I guess.
Had you two squashed your beef or made up, so to speak?
Yeah.
So there was no more bad blood?
No, it wasn't that serious, just both of us being petty, I guess.
And Adam, his nickname is Slim, or he's known as Slim as well?
Yes.
Did Toni know Adam?
A little bit.
Okay. Now, the house that you were going over, 2260, did you know the actual owner or renter of that apartment, Angel McClain?
Yes.
How did you know Angel?
Mutual friend, once again, Adam, through Adam.
How long had you been knowing Angel?
I didn't know Angel that long.
Now, when you got over to that house, approximately what time of day was it?
It was nighttime.
Okay. And how did you get over there?
Drove. We were in Tony's car.
What kind of car was that?
Nissan Road.
What color?
Red.
Who was driving?
She was.
So when you got over there, tell the court what happened once you got over there.
Well, we had got over there and we went upstairs. Everything was copacetic. I was talking with Slim. We were standing in the kitchen for a little bit talking, and then we sat down on the couch. Everybody was having a good time.
Okay. And when you say everybody, let's just go back a second. When you say we went upstairs, who are we?
Tony and myself.
Did you go at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay.
She locked her car up. She was behind a little bit.
Okay. But in essence, you both got out the same time. She was just doing some preliminary stuff with the car to keep it safe.
Right.
Okay. You get in the house. How did you get, who let you into the house?
I don't remember.
Okay. That's fine. Okay, so you get into the house. Who did you see in the house?
I seen Slim, Angel, him.
Who's him?
Quinton.
Okay.
There was two other people. They were by the back room. I don't know the one's name.
So when you came in the house, Angel was at the house?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you know what? She might have got there after us. I'm not sure. I know she had went to the store. I can't remember if that was before or after.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. When you got in the house, was there any animosity or was there any arguing or fussing?
No.
Okay. And you said once you got in the house, do you remember where Toni went?
Yeah, she sat on the couch.
Okay, there's a couple couches.
Well, there's a longer couch. When you first go through the door, to your right, there was a smaller couch. And then there's a table, and then across from that was a larger couch. She sat on that couch.
So it was the couch not closest to the door?
No, it was the couch not closest to the door.
Okay. And what did you do?
I told you I came in. I was sitting there. I talked to him. I was introduced to him. Was talking to Adam for a minute.
Who introduced you to the defendant?
Adam did.
Okay. Did you know Quinton prior to that?
No.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're clear. I'm showing you what's been marked as previously been marked as State's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Can I turn this?
You absolutely can.
It's on a swivel.
Okay, yeah, that's the living room.
Okay, now that living room was not like that when you
No,
first came
absolutely
in?
not. No,
Okay.
it wasn't.
Now you have, Your Honor, can you enable him to draw on the picture, please?
It takes a second.
That's fine. Thank you, Your Honor. You were talking about where individuals were. Hold on. You were talking about where Toni was seated. Can you pick a writing utensil? There's colors, yellow, white, red.
That one.
Okay. And circle where Toni sat. Which couch? Okay. That's where she was seated, and you went into the kitchen to talk.
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking to Adam. Where was Quinton? Okay. And had you met, and I'm sorry if I asked you, I just can't remember, had you met the defendant prior to that day?
No.
Okay. Now, when you came in, had you and Toni been smoking or taking any drugs that day?
Yeah, we partied. Yeah, I told you we got high.
That's fine. What drug of
Meth.
choice? Meth. Okay. So prior to even coming over there, you all were smoking meth?
Yes.
Once you got over there, did you all smoke meth?
Yes.
Okay. Did you smoke meth with anyone else that was in that house?
Just us. It was us four.
Okay. Who are us four?
As far as Toni, myself, Slim, and Quentin.
Okay. You all smoked meth?
Yeah.
Was it already there? Did you bring it? Did you share?
No, it was already there.
Okay. Can you hit clear, please? Thank you. While you were in the kitchen talking to Adam, what were you talking about?
I can't remember. It was just. I know we were talking about music because at that point in time, I've been doing music a while, and I had messed up a record deal, and we were just stuff. We were talking about that.
Was it for rap?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Did you and the defendant hit it off? Did you two rap together anytime?
Yeah.
And at that time, did you think he was a pretty okay guy?
Yeah, absolutely.
No reason not to dislike him or anything?
No.
After smoking, were you all high? Did you all get high from smoking?
I mean, yeah, I'm assuming everybody was already high when we got there. You know what I mean? But yeah, we all smoked together. We were all getting high.
Okay. Did anyone show the effects of getting high?
No.
Okay. How long do you think you stayed in the kitchen talking to Adam or Slim?
Not long. 5-10 minutes.
Okay. Do you know or have you heard of a whisper app?
No.
Okay. Do you know if you were talking about that at the time?
No.
Okay. Do you know or do you remember if Ashley came? Where was Ashley? Do you know anybody named Ashley?
No.
Okay. Was there another female at the house?
Yeah, I told you there was. I just didn't know her name.
Okay. Where was she?
Towards the back rooms.
Okay. Was she ever out there when you was with Adam?
No.
She stayed mostly in the back room?
Yeah.
At some point in time, did Angel and Ron come home?
Yes.
Approximately how long were you at the house prior to them coming home?
I can't remember. Like I said, I couldn't remember if they were there when we got there and left and came back, or they were already there.
Okay.
Because they spent the majority of their time in the back.
In the back room as well?
Yeah.
Do you remember anything about a poster or a wall mural?
No.
Okay. Did you partake in putting up a poster or a wall mural?
No.
Okay. And you said was that Ron and Angel spent most of the time in the back? You were in the kitchen with Adam approximately 10 minutes. Please tell the court what you did after talking to Adam in the kitchen.
After talking with Adam, I got formally really introduced to Quinton, and we started talking, hit it off. I went and sat in the living room and sat next to Toni for a while, and I was talking to Quinton. We were kicking it, back and forth, talking about music, and he was telling me that I think at that point he worked at a oil change spot or something along that lines. We were just having a normal time. Everything was cool.
Everybody was getting along, laughing, joking?
Absolutely.
The defendant seemed like a pretty cool guy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nothing wrong?
No.
Okay. When you came into the house, did you have a gun on you?
No.
Okay.
Toni had a firearm
Toni had, where was that firearm?
in her purse at that point in time.
Okay. Was it in a holster in her purse?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as. What number am I on?
38.
Thank you. Might as well sh- this one, hold on. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 38 and 24.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you first State's Exhibit number 24. I'm pointing to an object on the ground. Do you, well, you don't recognize anything in this picture.
I can see it.
Well, I know you just saw it. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, it's Toni's purse.
Okay. And I'm just going to hold it up, Your Honor. It's hard to see. You said that's Toni's purse? That's the purse she came with that day?
Yes.
Is that the purse that the holster was in?
Yes.
The holster that had the gun?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 38. What is State's Exhibit number 38?
That's the holster that was for her gun.
And can you describe that gun that Toni had?
It was a gun, the handgun.
Okay. Do you remember what color it was or anything?
No.
Do you know if she took it out of her, first of all, prior to the incident, had she taken it out her purse?
While she was emptying her purse out, yes.
Okay, that was the incident. Prior to her emptying her purse out, had
No.
she taken that purse out? Did she wave it around?
No.
Did she threaten anybody with it?
No.
Okay. Did she point it at the defendant in any manner?
No.
Okay. While you were there talking to Adam, at any time, did you threaten a defendant?
No.
Okay. Did you have a gun and threaten him?
No.
Okay. Were you aware if Adam had a gun?
No.
Okay. So when you first came into the house and was talking to Adam in the kitchen, you were not aware that
Yeah.
Adam had a gun?
I didn't know he had one on him at that point. No.
So up to that point, had Adam taken his gun out and threatened the defendant in any way?
No.
Had anybody threatened him with a hammer at this point in time?
No.
Okay. How about a machete?
No.
That includes you and Adam.
No.
That includes Ron. Did Ron come out the back room with a hammer?
Listen, there was no machetes.
Okay. So everybody is enjoying themselves, having a good time.
Yes.
You're in the living room sitting next to Toni, you said.
Yes.
Where is the defendant?
He was sitting across from us,
Okay.
talking. He was talking with us.
You said he was sitting across from you, talking to you?
Yes.
Okay, I want to make sure we get this correct. Will you please use your pencil and put
Yes.
an X where you were sitting? Oh, you know what, I keep looking. Okay, can you put a circle where Toni was sitting? And can you put an X where the defendant was sitting? Okay. So you all, and that table that's knocked over, was that table in the middle of you all?
Yes.
Okay. And Adam, was he still in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. Will you please tell the court what happened next?
Well, we talked for a while. Like I said, Quinton and I were sitting there, we were getting along, just rapping back and forth and talking, and we had both stepped into the kitchen for a minute. We were talking with Adam. Everything was copacetic. I don't know exactly what we were talking about, but after a while, we went back in the living room and sat down.
In the same position?
No, at this point, I went to get on my phone.
Okay.
Which I was sitting at the very last cushion in the picture,
Okay.
towards the window over there.
Can you
by
hit
the
clear?
TV. Can I circle it?
No, can you hit clear?
What do you mean clear?
There's a word
Oh,
that
I'm
says
sorry.
clear.
I got you.
Okay, now can you put an X? You said you went in the kitchen for a while and talked.
Yeah, and then when I came back and sat down, you want me to put an X with that?
Yes, please. Okay, you came back, you sat in a different place. This is after you, Adam, and the defendant were in the kitchen talking for a while?
Yeah.
Approximately how long did that conversation last?
I don't know. You know what, to tell you the truth, I was high. Time.
That's
you
fine.
lose track of time. So, I mean, we like I said, we're all having a good time.
That's fine.
So God knows how long, for real.
That is fine. So when you go back in there, you sat in a different place. Was Toni still in the same place?
Yes.
Okay, and put a circle where she was. Okay, and when the defendant, where did he go when you went back in there and got on your phone?
To the same spot.
Okay, now, what happened at this point?
I was on my phone. Next thing I know, Toni gasps. He had grabbed her gun. Quinton grabbed her gun.
How did her gun get out?
She was going through her purse.
Okay, now you can tell that part. I know I stopped you before.
Yeah.
I apologize. Talk about how her gun got out.
All right, so she was going through her purse looking for something. I don't know exactly what she was looking for, but she had taken it out, set it on the table.
Did she take any other items out of her purse?
I'm sure she did. Like I said, I was on my phone, going through my phone, so.
Okay. While you were on the phone and Toni was taking items out of her purse looking for something, was there any arguing?
No.
Was there anything that caused you any concern between the defendant and Toni?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
And so I look over, here she's scared to death. I look over, Quinton standing here, has got her gun. So.
Standing where?
He was standing, now he's standing right here.
Okay, can you push clear?
I'm sorry.
Okay, now please show the court where.
Standing right here.
Okay.
And
where was the table? Was that, it's hard because it's flipped over. Was he standing in front of the table? Okay, that's where the table was. Okay, and Quinton is where the X is. And where was Toni? Okay. So he has her gun.
Yes.
What happened after that?
I jump up.
Okay.
Start talking to him. Slim is in the kitchen. Starts yelling at him.
Okay.
Now,
What are you talking to him about?
I'm trying to calm him down, and he's asking me if she's the police, which I was like, no. I'm trying to calm him down. Like, what are you doing, man? You're tripping. Put the gun down. Relax.
When you say calm him down, I know he had the gun. How is he acting like when he's saying?
Like he was out of it.
Okay. It's hard to describe.
It's just, it's hard to, it's just like, I wouldn't say he was panic stricken. He wasn't panic stricken, but he was definitely, it's hard to explain. You'd have to do drugs to understand. Okay. He was in another world, like as far as, he was convinced that she was a cop, and he was looking at us to verify that she's the police, and I'm sitting there telling him no. Slim's yelling at him, screaming at him, telling him to put the gun down.
Okay. What happened after that?
Everybody was froze for a minute. I could see he was thinking about it, and Toni's over here. She's scared to death. Toni twitches, and he snatched her up, yanked her across, literally drug her over the table pretty much.
Is that how the table fell?
Yeah, well, it might have been from us. I'll explain that.
We'll get to that. So he yanked her. How did he yank her up, or where did he yank her up?
He snatched her, he grabbed her up and yanked her over by the couch he was at.
Okay.
And those started firing the shots.
Okay. After he yanked her up, how were they positioned?
I don't know. My mind was just trying to get to him to get the gun and get them apart.
Okay. And you said he yanked her up, had her. How long after you, and if you know, and let me just tell you, if you don't know anything, say you don't know. Don't try to answer a question you don't know.
Right.
Or don't remember.
Gotcha.
Okay, after he yanked her up, do you know how long he had her before shots began being fired?
No.
Okay. Were they tussling over the gun?
Yeah.
Was Toni trying to get the gun from him?
No, she was trying to get away, and I came over, and he fired one. She was trying to get away from him.
Mm-hmm.
Shots got fired. I ran over. I tried to get between him and her.
Was that after the shots were fired?
As the shots were being fired.
Mm-hmm.
So I might have been the cause of maybe because I know I tried to push her out the way.
You tried to push Toni out the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then at that point, him and I locked up. I bit into his face. I'm wrestling him for the gun. That might have been how the table got knocked over. You know.
Was that causing commotion and noise, everything in the living room?
Oh, absolutely.
And when he had her and yanked her over, where was he standing? I see the couch.
You want to get clear again?
Yes. Was it? There's a front door there as well.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement? Hold on, let me get this. Okay. I'm gonna put State's Exhibit number 11.
Okay.
Okay, now, when he yanked her up, approximately where do you believe they were? Okay. And that door would have been closed?
Yes.
Okay. Were they standing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, was he in front of her in front of him? Were you paying any attention to that? Okay. So that's about where they both were. Oh, and you spelled out him and her. Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't notice that. So where the word him is where he was, and her is where she would have been Toni. Okay. He had her up, shots fired. You said you tried to wrestle the gun away from him.
Yes.
Before we get into that, was anyone else in the living room when this happened?
No.
Okay. Do you know where these people were? Were you focused on that?
No.
Okay, so you don't know where these people were?
No.
Do you know where Adam was at the time?
Yeah, he was still in the kitchen, kind of just probably in shock. Who knows? I wasn't really focused on him when I had his, trying to get this gun. And
Now, when the defendant grabbed Toni's gun, had Adam pulled his gun out at that point?
I don't know.
Okay. Prior to him grabbing the gun when you were sitting on the couch talking on the phone, had anybody threatened the defendant with the gun?
No.
Okay, so Adam was in the kitchen at that point in time?
Yes.
Adam had not pulled his gun out or threatened the defendant at that time?
No.
Did Adam, prior to this, threaten the defendant with the gun?
No.
Okay. Please tell the court what's going on as you're trying to wrestle the gun away from the defendant.
Well, that was that. Well, I mean, him and I, eventually I tackled him on the floor. I was biting his face, trying to get the gun out of his hand.
In the process, did you bite your own lip?
I did. Bit a hole through it.
Okay. Were you able to get the gun away from him?
No.
Did anyone come to help you?
No.
Okay. At some point in time, did Adam intervene?
Yeah.
Will you please tell the, excuse me, Your Honor, will you please tell the court about that?
Yeah. I know I couldn't get the gun from him. I was trying to get out of there at this point. At least get it, separate from him. And I started running towards the back room. We ran towards the back room. Adam went out the sliding glass doors. I went out the sliding glass doors. I I didn't, at that point in time too, as far as the other two, I didn't even know they were still there. I know Angel was. And Angel came to me. I stayed and yelled I was at the back porch, and she came to the back door and said, "What do I do?" And I said, "Call the police and you tell them what happened."
Now, I need some water. Prior to running out you said the back door?
Back, the sliding glass doors.
Oh, okay, and that's over the balcony?
Yeah.
Okay. Prior to doing that, at any point in time, did Adam intervene with his gun and use his gun to help you?
No, I mean, he didn't use it.
Use it, not use it as in shooting?
Yeah, he didn't, he didn't use it, shoot it or anything.
Okay. And do you remember him hitting the defendant with the gun?
No.
Okay. How did everything break up on the floor with you all?
Adam kind of intervened and pulled, like, because I was on top of him at that point. I just couldn't get that gun from him. And he snatched me up, kind of yanked me, "Let's go." Okay. And Toni, she was on the couch.
Was she moving?
No.
Did this happen quickly?
Yeah, it happened quickly.
Were you focused on the defendant?
I was.
Were you focused on the gun he had?
Trying.
I'm asking that question because if there's people around you doing different things you may or may not have seen, is that a fair statement?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. What number? Okay, well, before I get to that, one, can you hit clear? Thank you. As you were leaving, and sorry if I asked you this, as you were leaving, did you say anything to anyone?
Yeah, to Angel.
And you told her to call the police?
Yeah,
Where did you go after you left?
I ran.
And why did you run?
Well, at that point in time, I had a parole warrant, and I ran because he still had the gun in there with him.
Who shot Toni Westover?
Quinton did.
Prior to the defendant shooting Toni Westover, was anyone acting aggressive towards the defendant?
No.
And again, at that time, you did not have anything against the defendant?
No.
You two were in the living room having a good time. And when you say rapping, you literally mean rapping, like verses rapping?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware if Toni knew Quinton, the defendant, prior to coming over there?
She didn't.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. The state's exhibits 39, 33, 41, and 40 and 41. moment and look at these exhibits? Do you recognize the individual that's in State's Exhibit number 39?
Yes.
Who is it?
It's Quinton.
In State's Exhibit 39, I'll put it up there now.
Oh, no, that's my lip.
And you, I don't even know if you can see it anymore. Can you circle what you are trying to show the officer or detective? And what is that?
That was where my lip was healing up from the gash that was in it, that I bit through it.
And is that when you were telling the court you bit the defendant's face?
Yes.
And that was during that scuffle in the living room?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of how your lip looked in a healing stage?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hit clear, please? Showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 33. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
Now, on July 25th, 2022, first of all, who is that individual in that photo?
It's Quinton.
Okay, did he look like that on July 25th, 2022?
No.
What was different?
He had hair.
On his head?
Yes.
Did he have hair on his face?
Maybe a little bit.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 40. Do you recognize the person in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you bite the defendant? Okay. For the record, you circled healing mark. Does it look to be healing mark on the side of the defendant's face? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you a close-up, State's Exhibit number 41. Can you hit clear? State's Exhibit number 41. Do you see that mark on the face?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Faces.
He doesn't know if that's a healing mark or not. He's not an expert witness.
All right, sustained as to that opinion. Okay. That's the area that you bit him, Mr. Fielder?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
And that's in State's Exhibit number 41. Do you see that area still?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, afterwards, did you talk to anybody or were you texting anybody?
I don't remember. I'm sure I did.
And that's in regards to the incident and what had happened?
Yeah, I was definitely in shock. I was hurting.
Were individuals blaming you for not being able to stop
Yes.
the defendant from doing what he did?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, what number?
42.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 42. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is State's Exhibit number 42?
Can't remember if that's text message. It might be messenger. I'm not. No, that's text message. I can't remember who I was talking to though.
You're not going to be able to see it.
Oh yeah, Slim. All right.
And Slim, was that Adam's nickname?
Yeah.
Okay. And do these text messages look familiar to you?
Yeah.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of this text message chain?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hold on, before I can go on. You said, yeah, kinda? What's the kinda?
I mean, there's a couple people, a bunch of people I talked to. I was being pointed at from every direction.
And when you say being pointed at for every direction, how and why?
To blame for it.
And what do you mean to blame for it?
Just, people weren't there.
To blame for it that you did it or you didn't stop it?
That I didn't stop it, or I had something to do with it, or, I got slandered on the news, all kinds of stuff.
Do you remember writing that text message?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And what does that text message read, if you can read it for the court?
I said, somebody asked me how you holding up. I said, terrible. I can't get her off my mind. On top of that, now everybody's grilling at me, coming at me crazy like it's my fault. They have no clue. I was the only one in there rolling around, trying to get the gun from him. I damn near bit half my lip off, trying to bite his cheek off his face and attempt him to stop from shooting anymore. On top of that, everybody's like, why'd you leave her? I didn't leave her. As a matter of fact, I just as well as Slim, I didn't even want to leave her.
And if you recall, was this text message near the time of when the incident occurred?
Afterwards.
Well, of course, afterwards. Was it near the time it occurred? Meaning?
Within days?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking? Sure.
Okay, I don't think I have any more questions for the video. Can you put the video up for me?
So we're off dock camera onto this.
Is that?
All right.
Keep things moving along. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit numbers 43 and 44. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 43?
Yes,
And what is State's Exhibit number 43?
that's me pointing up. I was pointing at Angel, telling her to call the police.
43? Is she doing what?
And that was when I was pointing at Angel, telling her to call the police, telling her what to do.
And State's Exhibit number 44. You recognize that exhibit?
Yes,
And what's going on? Who was that in that exhibit?
it's still me in that picture.
And you said that's when you were telling Angel what to
Yeah.
do? And that
Yes.
was to call the police?
Yep,
Are these fair and accurate representations of you and your actions on July 25th?
yes, ma'am.
I'm going to play for you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 45. In that video, were you able to see an object in Adam's hand?
Yeah,
What was that object?
gun.
Did you see that gun prior to Adam leaving the house? Did you see that gun anytime?
No.
Okay. Pause it. Do you see what Adam is doing now with the gun?
Yes,
Okay. Did you hear Adam say or do anything after the fact with the gun?
no.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. The last individual falling from the balcony, was that you?
Yes,
Okay. And that video reflects the still photos I showed you?
yes,
Okay. And you saw in that video where you were pointing back up?
yes,
And again, that's what you described to the court. You were telling Angel to call the police?
yeah.
Okay. When you left, where was Toni?
Laying on the couch by the door.
Was she moving?
No.
When you left, did you see Ashley or Ron?
No.
And prior to that day, had you ever been in that room you ran through?
No.
You all got to that house in a red car. Did you leave in a red car?
No.
Let me see.
Mr. Nixon, go ahead with your questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Fielders, can you tell the court who called you to the residence that night?
Adam.
Can you tell the court, was that on telephone or Facebook?
Telephone, pretty sure.
Why did Adam call you to the residence that night?
So I'd come over there and chill, and we could, just hang out for real. Come over and I met you. That was the whole point. Come over there and relax, chill. Have fun, right? That's the goal.
You stated for the court that you had met me that night?
Yes.
Prior to that night, you never met me?
Not that I told him not that I remember.
You don't have any recollection of meeting me the night before?
I don't.
Do you have any recollection of Do you have any recollection of a Facebook request from me?
I do remember. I do remember that. I'm pretty sure that was that night, wasn't it?
That was the night before.
All right, we're not going to have this. Ask a question. We're not having a conversation.
Yes, ma'am. Do you remember seeing Angel and Ron prior to you, I guess, prior to you coming upstairs to the home?
No.
When you got to the residence, what were you and Toni doing prior to coming upstairs?
What we were doing, we was driving over there.
What were you doing in the parking lot of the driveway of the residence?
Getting out the car.
And you stated that you came up first and then Toni, correct?
Yeah.
Was there ever a point where someone had to tell you to call her up, or did she just come up herself, or did you call her up?
She was out there on the phone when we first arrived. She was talking on the phone on the drive there, so she straggled behind. Other than that, she can't. Maybe I might have called her, but it's not like she took 20 minutes to get up there.
Before her coming up there, and you stated you don't remember who opened the door, or?
I don't.
Moving forward, when you were in the home and we were all in the kitchen, what was the conversation?
We're talking about me. I don't remember. Tell you the truth, I remember talking about music, you and I rapping back and forth, kicking it. That's what I remember.
Do you remember having any conversation about an app, a whisper app?
No.
You remember having any conversation about a spy app?
No.
Do you remember taking my phone at any point and looking through my phone for this spy app?
No.
Do you remember so Toni, at the time of this incident, Toni was your girlfriend, correct?
Absolutely.
Do you remember stating anything to the nature that she was spying on you and she might have been an informant for the police?
No.
Do you remember how was I acting? What was my demeanor? What was my body language? What was I doing?
You was cool. Everything was copacetic.
You stated for the record that we got high on methamphetamines.
Absolutely.
At what point did we get high on methamphetamine?
I mean, from the moment when we first sat down, there was dope on the table. We were smoking.
At any point did you feel uncomfortable?
No.
At any point do you believe that Toni felt uncomfortable?
No.
You stated for the record today that you did not have a gun.
No, I didn't.
You also stated for the record that you had a warrant for parole at the time.
I did.
Can you state for the record the stipulations of parole and being around a gun?
Yeah. You're not supposed to be around a gun on parole.
Did you know that Toni had a gun on the way over there?
Yes, I did.
Wouldn't that violate your parole?
Yeah. I served my violation.
At the time, you stated on record today that she emptied her purse on the table to look for something, correct?
Correct.
And you're also stating that she put her gun on the table.
Yes.
Is it true that, first of all, do you see the detective that interviewed you in the courtroom today?
I don't remember what he looks like. I think I remember his name though, Hornacek, I'm pretty sure. No, I can't remember the face though, but I know the name.
Okay. Do you remember what date that was when you were interviewed by Detective Hornacek?
I don't. It had to be, I'll say that'd be somewhere around the beginning of August. Maybe the middle, I'm not quite sure.
stated on record today that you didn't see Adam Wright with a gun until what was shown on camera?
No, I didn't say that. I said later later on in the confrontation. I didn't know he had a gun when I first got there,
Okay.
no.
Can you state for the court how Can you state for the court how you bit my face? Was I standing up? Was I laying on the
You
ground?
were standing up.
Did I ever fire any shots at you?
I'm pretty sure going towards the floor. The gun went off. I'm pretty fighting, but you know what? To be honest, I don't remember. Besides, actually, yeah. Yeah, actually, you fired a shot.
You're stating on record that I fired a shot at you.
While we was wrestling?
Before the altercation or the rise to the affray, well, back to the day you were being interviewed by Detective Hornacek. Do you remember telling Detective Hornacek that I was acting weird?
I don't remember. I don't remember telling him that. I don't remember telling him that, but I might have.
Do you remember when you got out of the vehicle before you came up there, did you have a gun on you or in your hand?
No.
You stated on record today that the only reason why you were there was to kick it, correct? Or
Yes. I was there to talk to Slim and have a good time, yes.
were you there to sell any drugs?
No. Do drugs? Yeah, sure.
So you weren't there to sell pills?
No.
Did you ever tell Toni the reason why you were coming over there?
Yeah, of course.
Mr. Fields, are you high right now?
What kind of question is that?
Answer it, sir.
No, ma'am, I'm not. No, I'm not high.
Prior to us wrestling over this gun, you stated that Toni dumped her purse out and set her gun on the table.
I didn't say she dumped her purse out. I said she was going through her purse.
And you also stated that you didn't feel threatened by me in any form or fashion, correct?
No.
Do you remember what you said to Detective Hornacek in your...
I don't.
Do you remember ever stating that I bugged out?
You did bug out.
At what point did I bug out?
When you had that damn gun in your hand.
You don't remember threatening me and telling me I wasn't going to make it home to my children that night?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember telling me or saying, do you remember saying that sometimes people get caught up in situations and they don't know what they're in?
No.
Do you remember taking my cell phone and checking it for an app?
No.
You claim that, or you stated today that Adam was in the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
You didn't see Adam with the gun out before then?
No.
Do you remember Adam pistol whipping me?
I remember hitting him hitting you.
You remember him hitting me with a closed fist or the gun?
I don't know whether he hit you with a gun or a fist, but I know he hit you.
Mr. Fielders, you were interviewed twice, correct?
Interview, you talking about as far as the detectives go, or are you talking about combined with the prosecutor?
No, as far as the detective go.
I interviewed once.
Do you remember speaking with him over the phone?
I do. I did talk to him on the phone.
That's considered an interview.
I guess so, yeah. All right, so yes.
During your interview, do you remember telling him that you and Toni felt uncomfortable when you were trying to leave?
I remember saying that she was ready to go, yes. I do remember saying that. And I was letting my phone charge up. We were getting ready to leave.
During that interview, which is the interview at the jail, do you remember telling Detective Hornacek that how can I put it? I was talking crazy. Correct?
I do remember that.
Can you clarify, what do you mean by I was talking crazy?
I remember sitting in the living room, we were having a conversation, and some of the shit you were saying I wasn't picking up on. I didn't understand, but you know, here's another thing. I was getting high back then. So I wasn't in the greatest state of mind. My life wasn't together, man. What's that got to do with anything?
Stop asking questions, sir, and no more cussing. Next question, Mr. Nixon.
Do you remember in your interview stating that I was talking crazy and you and Toni wanted to leave?
You just asked me that, and I said yes, Toni wanted to leave.
If Toni wanted to leave, why would she pull her gun out?
She was going through her purse.
If Toni and you felt uncomfortable, why would Toni pull her gun out?
She didn't pull her gun out. She set it on the table.
If you and her felt uncomfortable, why would she sit a gun on the table?
Why wouldn't she? She's going through her purse. She didn't think you were going to grab her gun and kill her.
Okay, can we just stop talking about what somebody else thinks? Because nobody knows what she was thinking.
Well, I mean,
or
that
what.
answers his
Sir,
question.
Sir.
I don't want to talk to him
Well,
anymore. He murdered her. He murdered my girl.
Stop
I don't want to keep talking to him.
Mr. Fielders, in case you're unsure of who's in control of
I
this
get it. I
courtroom,
get it.
It's not you.
Well, I get it.
It's me.
I get
And
it.
so when I tell you to stop talking, you stop talking till a question is answered. And if you don't want to answer any more questions, your whole testimony will be stricken from the record, and I will not consider it while I'm deliberating. Ask your next question, Mr. Nixon.
If you and Toni felt uncomfortable, why didn't you just leave?
We were getting ready to leave.
Your Honor, I would ask to play his recorded interview.
For purposes of what?
Impeachment,
Impeaching what?
his whole testimony.
What did he say that was inconsistent with his statement?
He stated that he never met.
Not what he stated in this, what he did testify here to today.
Yes, today he testified that he never met me before. He also stated, or he testified today, that she was going through her purse and she wasn't emptying it out.
I didn't say that, bro.
Okay, stop, sir. He's not asking you a question, he's talking to me. And
I'm sorry. It's hard pill to swallow.
guess what? Stop talking. Go ahead, Mr. Nixon. What else did he say today that's inconsistent with his statement to Detective Farnesek?
He said that he wasn't aware that Adam had a gun prior to the incident.
Prior to him seeing him with his gun after he says you shot Toni Westover.
Correct.
That's what I heard. So I'm not going to let you ask him those questions because he testified. When Detective Hornacek takes the stand, you can question him about statements that Mr. Fielder made. So that request is denied. Do you have any other questions of Mr. Fielder's?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Easter, any redirect?
2 questions, Your Honor. On cross-examination, you were asked, do you remember telling the defendant he was not going to make it home to his children? I'm asking you directly, did you make those statements?
Absolutely, I wouldn't have no reason to. Absolutely not.
Do you even know if he have children?
No.
On cross-examination, you were asked, do you remember taking his cell phone? I'm asking you, did you take the defendant's cell phone?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down. You may step down, sir. You're done. Yes. You're free to leave. Ms. Easter, who's your next witness?
Ron Crew.
We're not going to get done with him in 15 minutes. So, unfortunately, we're going to adjourn for the day. What? Excuse me?
We have an officer.
Sure.
I was just trying to see how quick he was going to be in there.
We're adjourning, sorry. We're adjourning. So we're going to start tomorrow at 9:15. And you can have have the defendant just over here by 8:45. So if him and Mr. Perry needs to have any type of communications, they can do so before we begin at 9:15. Thank you, we're adjourned. I feel like I should save this. I'm on.
Microphone somewhere so that I can hear you, identify yourself, and say what you need to say. Does that microphone? Good afternoon.
So I just, I'm not the leader. I just wanted to be the first one to say that I'm not allowed cell phones or cameras. It's on no order. I definitely did not take the picture. The picture did come to my attention. I got here a little bit late today, but there was a camera and device. Someone was definitely taking pictures today. And I know one of the people who was taking pictures was Miss L.J. Hall, Ph.D. Not for sure if she took the picture, but she definitely had a camera.
Okay. All right. And remind me your name, I'm sorry.
Yes, my name is Nicole Borden.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Judge, I think that's what you gave that lady you talked about the rule 22 the same time you gave her hers.
And she was.
When she
Miss
wasn't-
Sylvia.
Yeah, you gave her permission to do still photos, but not on these. You weren't supposed to do that.
Hey, I only
Hello.
Hi, I was live streaming, that's it. I didn't take any pictures.
Ma'am?
I live stream, I didn't take any pictures.
Okay, I mean, you've got a couple, 2 or 3 different devices going over there at once at some points in time. And it looks like sometimes you do take photos. Are you taking photos?
Yeah, I only take photos of the defendant, that's
All
it.
right.
Or you.
You are,
Oh, I take pictures of you.
representing to the court that you did not take
No.
any pictures, any images of this witness. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you know anything at all about anyone who did and/or how this got out there?
I only know one person that was taking pictures, the same person that she said.
She signed in right
She
here.
signed in right here too.
All right, and ma'am, I don't even know who you are back there, but,
No, she's not. She's not even allowed to have.
okay. No, all right, sorry to have, okay. All right, thank you. I'll do a show cause order to Ms. Hall, and we'll find out from her. Okay. That's it for this part of the proceedings. All right, so if, Ms. Love, you're going to want to deal with the rest of, hang on. Can you put the show cause order together? Okay, and tell her to bring all of her equipment. If you are going to want to introduce all of those exhibits, we're going to have to hash out the admissibility of them. So I had thought you were going to introduce them with Mr. Sprinkle, but.
I was, and I took out ones that specifically were pertinent to the interview that Sergeant Gaither had, because there was, she had knowledge and could testify about people that were pertinent to what she and Mr. Zachary discussed in the interview. In other words, for instance, during the interview, you hear them talking about the dugout. There are pictures in the exhibits that I showed her of Mr. Zachary and Quinton Porter at the dugout. You hear Mr. Zachary talking about a person named Gucci Red. There, 526 Yankee Charlie is a picture of Mr. Zachary and Gucci Red.
Okay.
You hear.
So I guess what I need to know is, do you want/need to have these admitted with this witness?
Yes, the ones that I selected, not the whole 526 Yankee.
Okay. So I guess that means we're going to need to sort out the admissibility of them now, which is what we're going to have to do. So can you tell me in number, not reverse number order, what they are?
Yes.
Or just hand them to me and I'll write them down?
Yes,
That might
either
be
way.
faster.
Sure. And we can also email the PowerPoint to the court.
Oh, I think y'all already, I didn't, PowerPoint, just the exhibit list. Yeah, you already did. I just need to know which ones we need to litigate right now. So where are the page numbers? Miss Love, where are the page numbers?
Your Honor, I have the page numbers and I can show the court the actual images. Let me just.
You know what, let's just go, let's just start in numerical order and not reverse numerical order, just because it'll make my brain less crazed.
Understand.
And go see if there's objection to them. So if everybody wants to pull up their scanned document that was sent over the other day, so that we can all be looking at them. I'll have to find it. Your scan. All right. I think your first one was either 12 or 16.
It is. And, Your Honor, I know what the court said. We're just going to try and make it as simple as possible.
Okay.
And we're sending to the court the way it's going to be displayed in electronic form so that the court can look at it and it's not terribly confusing.
Okay, so it is going to be displayed differently than what it is on the scan that you sent yesterday?
Yes,
Okay.
because, yes.
Well, can you just send it to everybody?
Yes, everyone else has it. The court.
Oh, only the court doesn't have it. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, send it on. So this is different than what you sent Ms. Percifield yesterday?
It's select ones from what I sent Ms. Percival yesterday.
Okay, but do they look the same as what you sent? Because I don't mind just looking on there. I think
Okay,
it just
so it's a
arrived, so
por-
that's cool. I am opening it up now. Okay, got it.
Okay. So
And if A is whatever the last one instead of the first one, that's fine. As long as we're all looking at the same thing. All right. So is everybody on the 526Y, A through whatever it's going to be? All right. Any objection to A?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, and what is that?
I don't believe it was tendered yet, but
Well,
the witness.
I don't know if it has been or not, but
I
the
don't-
assumption is all of these are going to get tendered with Detective Gaither, so.
Detective Gaither stated, I recognize some of the individuals depicted. So I'm objecting to the entire photograph going in.
we have no problem with not tendering that one through
All right.
Sergeant Gaither.
Okay. B.
I just don't know the purpose of.
Well, that's not a good objection. I mean, it might ultimately be a relevance objection. Okay.
Relevance and its admission against Mr. Nichols. It's not an inconsistent statement in any way. It doesn't involve Mr. Nichols in any way. It's not a co-conspirator's statement. Why is it coming in?
So, relevance objection.
Your Honor, the photographs, so backing up, one of the, I believe the defense is going to make every effort to, one, discredit what was said during the interview of Mr. Zachary.
Okay.
What these photographs show are, and the jury has already heard, we did not get them admitted, but I think it was admitted that 526 Yankee was, it's the Twitter record pulled by DDA Sprinkle.
Right.
That belonged to Quindarius Zachary.
Yes.
So, as much as that is before the jury, and these photographs that Sergeant Gaither recognizes as depicting pertinent portions of her conversation with Mr. Zachary, pertinent portions of Mr. Zachary's interactions with defendants in this case, I would ask that, or I'd submit that the relevance threshold has been greatly exceeded. For instance, Mr. Zachary is talking about at some point during the interview how Rock Crew started, why he has an association with someone from MDC. He's from Capitol Homes, me and Moontoot from Capitol Homes. He knows Big Boo. 526 Yankee Alpha is Big Boo. It is not only Big Boo, it is Big Boo and Mr. Zachary in the dugout.
Okay. All right. Overruled.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that the entire group was admitted yesterday. I thought.
Oh, it wasn't. None of it was. It was just with Mr. Sprinkle, he identified the whole group
Yes,
as
that's right.
the
That's
Twitter
correct.
feed. None of it has been admitted, and we said we'll have to take this up. So now some of it she wants admitted, specifically these things that are in this exhibit, composite exhibit, so we're litigating their admissibility.
Right, but maybe I missed it. I still don't see how this comes in against Mr. Nichols.
Judge.
Well, it's a RICO case, and it may or may not have anything to do, I mean, I doubt if I mean, I don't know how the jury is going to
It's neither
interpret this.
It's neither a prior consistent or a prior inconsistent
It's
statement.
just evidence.
It is nothing. It's nothing. That's what I
It's
mean.
a picture showing that the two of these people were related and they are at least at some point in their lives at the, what is it called?
Dugout.
Dugout.
Oh, all right. I'm
So-
going to have the same objection to every single one of these photographs insofar as it is being admitted against Mr. Nichols. It is not anything that's relevant to a prior inconsistent statement or a prior consistent statement. It may be admitted insofar as it's admitted against the witness, but not against Mr. Nichols. You can't just keep saying, oh, this is a RICO case, so everything comes in. So I'm objecting. Thank you for a continuing objection. I'll not whine with regard to each photograph. How's that?
Okay, that's fine. I mean, not every bit of evidence in a trial is a prior consistent or inconsistent statement. There's, and relevance is a very low threshold.
I know.
Okay.
Your Honor, could I whine just briefly?
Sure.
Yes. So this photo, and I think it's going to be for a lot of these, I could see if Mr. Zachary said, oh, I don't know who Big Boo is. I've never met a Big Boo. He's testified to all.
Okay, I mean, I understand, but it's, it's got some probative value and it has little to no prejudicial impact. So it's in.
Your Honor?
Yes,
Just for the record, I believe that it was referred to by the prosecutor as 526YA, but YA is not, it's withdrawn, and this is
Yeah.
YB.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Moving on to C.
Will Your Honor allow
And you
me
can
to keep my
just,
seat?
Mr. Harvey, have a continuing objection to all of these, and my ruling will probably be the same.
May I stay seated?
I
while-
suppose.
I'll stay.
I don't care.
Okay.
It's fine. I can probably hear you better if you're seated anyway. All right,
So
C,
526
hang on. Any objection to C other than the general relevance one that we already discussed?
I don't know if a foundation can be laid, so I don't want to waive that, Your Honor.
So what I asked the witness is whether she recognizes the persons in the photograph that Mr. Zachary posted on October 20th, 2014 on his Twitter feed. She will be able to say yes, she's seen them. The female in the picture is the person Mr. Zachary refers to as Gucci Red, and Mr. Zachary is in the photograph. This witness knows who Gucci Red is. The jury has now heard Mr. Zachary's comments about a Gucci Red. So I believe, given that the jury knows that this came from Mr. Zachary's Twitter account, that this witness can identify the people in it, that a foundation can be laid or has been laid.
Okay, and your purpose for showing this would just be to show that the two of them do in fact know each other and hang out, I guess,
not
or
hang out,
whatever, I don't know, what?
Not hang out, well, okay, I mean that they.
Associate with one
Yes,
another?
yes.
Okay. And foundationally speaking, do you have a further objection or?
I'll object to where it's written at the very top, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
Gucci Red begging. I don't really understand why that's coming in.
Okay.
So it was, Mr. Zachary's posts, given that he is an unindicted co-conspirator in this case, his posts and the words he makes, unless there are other people, generally when we have social media pictures being admitted, we take out other people's comments that are not either a witness or a defendant, but the comments, the captions of the persons that are co-conspirators in this case, they are left. This is one where he says, this is Gucci Red begging. So we're not, I don't think she's begging. I don't know what she's doing. All I know is that he posted a photo of himself and the person he calls Gucci Red, who he has a protracted conversation with detectives Gaither and Dennis about during this interview. So I would ask that the words, the photograph, and the date, and the social media handle, and the picture of the person who is the owner of the account all be shown to the jury.
The rule is that it has to further the conspiracy or further the interests of the gang, and I don't see any purpose. And to say that it's an admission by a unindicted co-conspirator, I don't know what that's admitting. An admission means it's admitting some sort of guilt. That's the definition of it. Your Honor, I cite to Alexander, Alexander versus State, 371 Georgia Appeal, 532, it's in Division 2. It's a 2024 case. And it just gives, it's a gang case, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
And all they say, it's well written actually, but what the Court of Appeals says is that you need to show, not you, the state needs to show, it's not just evidence of a gang member.
Mm-hmm.
You have to show that somehow it furthered some interest.
Right.
So I just don't understand. You know, I'm objecting. You know, you're going to ask me what's the prejudice, so I'm going to tell you I don't know if there is prejudice.
We'll take it out,
So-
Your Honor, the words.
They'll take it out. Okay, any objection to D?
The printout, I'm looking at the printout, so if I'm wrong, it's not intentional, because it's kind of small. I don't see people that I recognize in this photo, so I don't know what the relevance would be.
Ms. Love?
Mr. Zachary is in this photograph. Mr. Stevens is in this photograph, and Sergeant Gaither can tell the rest of the people who are in this photograph if, this is, I believe that this is the inside of the dugout, and the caption, "Ball up them slimes, they going 7:30," and this is taken, or posted rather, October 25th, 2014.
Okay, well, I assume that the what was written is coming out.
No, no, that one.
Well, okay, I'm going to argue to the court that this does not fall under 801 D2E. So the words would be redacted. So they're not statements by a co-conspirator that are furthering anything. And quite frankly, I don't know what the relevance of a picture of, I don't know, a dozen young men. One of them, I'm being told, is Trontavious Stevens, and one being Quindarius Zachary. I don't know what the relevance really is, but
The relevance, Your Honor, is ball up them slimes. I think later on at other points in other portions of this, these photographs, we'll see other instances where Mr. Zachary replaces C's with B's. It shows his association with another YSL member. It shows and proves there is an us, there is an enterprise, there is the existence of the enterprise, which is a element of count 1. And it goes, this is a post made October 25th, 2014. So I believe that the relevance threshold has been met, and the assertion, the caption to the photo is Mr. Zachary promoting the enterprise through his words.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. E? Any objection? Any evidentiary objection beyond just, we rather not have this in?
No, it's just difficult because, Your Honor, we previously litigated another group of social media posts that involved, my recollection, Quindarius Zachary.
Right.
And if you recall, we were arguing, okay, well, one photo is enough to show an association between someone and someone else, and the rest were cumulative. And I just don't have in front of me right now those other ones. So to the extent that this is cumulative of showing Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington shooting the bird, then I would object that it's cumulative.
All right. Any response?
Yes, this is not 12 photos shown on the same day. This is another instance of Mr. Zachary on this particular date in this photograph with Demekion Garlington using B's instead of C's, calling Mr. Garlington his slime at 30D. We can...
Do we already have something similar, a photograph of the two of them together used in any kind of alleged gang language? I feel like we do.
And Your Honor, so in as much as with this particular one, I can withdraw this particular one, but there is a different one, 526 Yankee, I don't know what G is, but G.
Okay. G,
That-
I don't know what G is
Golf,
either.
golf, that's what they tell me.
Yes. Okay, anyway, let's move on to F.
Okay.
So that's withdrawn.
Actually, and I'm withdrawing F as well.
Withdrawn, okay. So on to golf. Yeah.
Now, golf has Mr. Zachary posting the 3 snakes, a heart, YSL, 30 deep.
All right, I don't think we have that yet. Any objection beyond relevance or cumulative? Well, nobody voiced any objections, but I assume that's what they would be.
Cumulative, and I don't recall if the other group of photos involving Mr. Zachary have been admitted at this point. I would just ask that if they haven't been admitted, the state just needs to pick which ones they really think are important and not just have a bunch of pictures of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington. So if they haven't been admitted and this is the one they want, then it wouldn't be cumulative, but another one that they said they wanted last time we did this would be cumulative.
I believe that the proper evaluation of whether any evidence should be excluded based on a cumulative argument is whether it is so cumulative as to amount to a waste of time and or undue prejudice against the defendant. And I don't believe that this falls anywhere near
Actually,
that.
those are all different things. Those are all different reasons things could be kept out under 403, but I don't find this so cumulative that I'm going to keep it out. So that one is in. H. Yes, yes. Any objection to H?
Okay. Okay. What is the, I have a relevance objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
And happy birthday, Diamante.
Relevance?
It shows his association with a person that he told police killed Donovan Thomas. It shows his association with a person who is on trial. It shows him,
Let me know who that is.
Diamante Kendrick. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That appears to be Mr. Kendrick, Your Honor.
Monty, yes. It is Booling with my N on his B day at Monty Rebel 100, and then there's a green snake emoji, and this was posted November 20th, 2014.
Okay, and do we have other photos of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Kendrick together with just the two of them?
Not that I can think of.
I can't think of any either.
I don't recall seeing one. If any others come in the future, we'll obviously object at that point.
All right.
I don't think we have any others,
Okay,
especially on
so
November
this
20th.
is
They clearly don't hang out much together.
overruled. I. Any objection to I?
Your Honor, I think we're going to withdraw I.
Okay.
Okay.
J? Objection to J.
And just for the record, this is.
Okay, so no objection from anybody to J. All right.
Okay.
I can't hear you.
Objection to J on behalf of Mr.
Okay.
Stillwell, but
All
I
right.
don't speak for
Doesn't
everyone
sound
else.
like there's one from anybody else, so that would, we'll move on to JK.
I'll object to K, Your Honor.
All right,
I
basis.
don't know the reason that it coming in, it would be a gentleman named Fat and Mr. Zachary.
So relevance.
This is a person that Mr. Murphy told police was a participant in the Dexter Montgomery incident. This is Mr. Kuykendall, and what we see is Mr. Zachary posting himself with and tagging this person at Young Fat 4 with a green snake emoji, a red heart, a red square with a white B, and a 100 on December 1st, 2014. So it's associations with yet another person we believe is associated with the group.
My memory is that none of the people on trial confronted Mr. Murphy about Fat, and I believe the state's witness said that they did not believe that Fat was involved. And even if some of that's wrong, which I'm not saying any of it's wrong, I don't know what this picture does. So I'm objecting to the, we have a tremendous record. I mean, I don't know how many photographs, but this has to be 1,000 plus.
Okay.
So I'm objecting.
All right, I don't think that there's a photo of these two people together, and it would be probative of his ability to know what it is he at least said in the interview, considering they associate. So I'm going to admit that over objection.
Your Honor, the next
You
one is a
say
duplicate.
that they speak about in the interview, it's two different people. The interview was Mr. Walter Murphy you didn't see. This is Mr. Zachary, who we just testified last week, so it's not the same people associating.
Okay, who's the other person in this picture besides Mr. Zachary?
Mr. Kuykendall.
And you're saying what about him?
That I believe he's another associate. This is the person that Mr. Murphy, Mr. Steele is correct, it was during our presentation of the evidence of the Dexter Montgomery shooting, told police that Mr. Kuykendall was a part of the shooting itself. He was never charged. He is just an associate. It shows his association with yet another associate of YSL. It just shows more of the association of persons within the enterprise. And I won't fight hard over it. I can not have that one
I did
in.
misunderstand that one.
think
So, yeah, well,
Yeah.
you can either withdraw that or I'll.
Yes, we'll withdraw it.
Okay.
And the next one is the same as 526 Yankee
L.
Delta. Actually, so
Oh, so that's a duplicate.
it's
So
a
you'll-
different date, but it's a duplicate photo, so we'll,
Okay, withdrawn.
yes.
M, as in Mike. Isn't that the same thing we saw before, just with a different?
Person, yeah. We can take this
Withdrawn.
one out, yes.
Okay. N. Bless you. Any objection to N, November?
I do.
Okay.
Your Honor, that's Mr. Copeland, if you remember, in the hat. That's Mr. Williams, I recognize. And we have a series, I don't know how many, but a series of the same photos of Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams that you permitted into evidence. So I'll object.
And Your Honor, this is not to show that Mr. Copeland associates with Mr. Williams. This is Mr. Zachary, also an associate, but an unindicted co-conspirator, posting 9 days before one of the acts and counts in this indictment, a picture of two YSL associates, as the state alleges, and the caption, "Ain't going back and forth," with Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams. So we believe that his posting of the photograph on his Twitter page and the arguments I'm certain that will be made regarding Mr. Zachary's affiliation or affinity towards certain people, I believe that it's very relevant. So it passes that threshold, and there's nothing, we don't believe it's cumulative.
All right, overruled.
Can I just make a statement for the record?
Sure.
I believe that this should have been put upon Mr. Zachary then. It's his out-of-court statement. I have no idea why this is some sort of 9 days before, like there was a plan of killing. That there's no evidence that this was a planned killing that we've heard yet. And there's other exhibits that have been admitted over objection from Mr. Garlington's, who's not a witness, his social media post saying we ain't going back and forth on a table with Mr. Williams and Mr. Garlington, and there's money on the table. So that's my objection. I understand your ruling. That's my objection.
Okay. All right, and I actually don't understand the state's position to be that it was a planned killing. I think this is, as I understood her to be
Correct.
saying, just very close in time, they are associated closely enough that he's able to have this picture and post it. Okay. Oscar.
This,
Is there any objection?
This has been litigated before in a different group of photos, so I believe it's in evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's correct. This picture is in evidence. The January 2nd and posting by Quindarius Zachary is not. And I don't think that the date is in. It might be, but the posting by Mr. Zachary is not. And if I'm wrong, I withdraw it. I don't believe that this is in. I will check.
You mean the date?
Yes, yes. We'll withdraw it because it's the date. Wait, let's see.
All right.
480 Yankee is in.
And is there a date on it?
My apologies. We are confirming that it's in.
Is the, oh, I'm sorry.
So it wasn't admitted. So what, about 480 Yankee was not
Okay.
admitted. So this is not.
All right, so it's not cumulative, so apparently that whatever other one was not admitted, so I'll admit this one over a cumulative objection.
And Your Honor, given
Yes.
what 480 Yankee is, since they are the same, we would ask to introduce 480 Yankee instead of 524 Yankee Oscar. 526 Yankee Oscar.
And what's the difference between the two?
The 480 Yankee is posted on Mr. Zachary's Instagram page, and it's the same date, but he tags the people who are in the photo.
Sure. Can y'all?
Definitely.
We can share.
You sent it already. Did you send it to him?
We're sharing now on the screen. Here it is on the screen in front of you.
think, my brother. They wanted it because it's. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's up to y'all which one y'all want to use.
480 Yankee, Your
Okay.
Honor. Thank you.
All right, we are now at 526YP,
Papa.
as in Papa. Any objection? Nope.
We have a picture of these four gentlemen in elevator, it appears, or some sort of structure in 526 Yankee O, whatever O is.
Yeah.
And then we got in the same elevator, Shannon eating potato chips next to Mr. Zachary. I just don't see what we're doing.
On a different
Relevance.
On a different day, Mr. Zachary is posting another photo of him alongside the defendant. He tells the police, killed Donovan Thomas Jr. and was at the Little Wayne bus shooting and had guns. And he is posting a picture of him, not in a threatening way, not saying, I hate him or I'm trying to get him in trouble, but he is posting a picture of him to show we perceive it as his affinity towards him. They are friends, they are associates, they are close, and it is relevant, we believe, for the jury to be able to infer their relationship.
All right, I'll admit it.
Well, I'll point out that one is January 2nd, one's January 3rd. They're wearing the same clothes. It's probably something that was taken just before midnight and then just after midnight. So I don't really see, but I don't know.
Okay.
I wouldn't be posting multiple pictures of somebody that I
All right, I've made my ruling. Q, Quebec. It's in. Your objection is overruled. Objection to Q. Okay.
Judge, this one is-
Hang on, can I interrupt for a minute? And so I'm getting a question from a judge in another court about our need for Special Agent Bernie tomorrow because that person's supposed to be testifying in a case that they have ongoing right now. Can you take Bernie sometime other than, were you planning to take Bernie
Yes.
tomorrow?
Yes, we were planning to take him today if we got through Sergeant Gaither today, or yesterday if we got through.
Okay, do
Sergeant
you know what time? Like, we still have to get through Detective Gaither. How much longer do we have with Detective Gaither?
I just probably have another hour maybe.
Okay, all right. Okay, then they plan to, it would work then for them to take Bernie in Cobb County at 9. They think he should be out of there by 10, which would put him here at 10:30.
Under great circumstances,
No, not. Yeah, I mean, I would think that'll be on me if we have to waste some time, okay? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, back to Q. Is there objection to Q?
I think we're withdrawing Q.
Oh, okay. R. Are we going to Y or YY?
Wait.
Okay, good. Then we're almost done. Any objection to R?
Didn't I show them these pictures?